Morning, everyone. I'm going to call this council meeting to order at 9:12. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Perea.
Here.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
D5 is vacant. Councilmember Richardson.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Arias.
Presente.
And Council President Kerbasi.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Next is invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Councilmember Maxwell. Will everyone please stand for invocation? And the invocation is by Rhonda Dueck, a member of the Community United Church of Christ.
Good morning. I'm Rhonda Dueck. I wear several hats and interacted with you in various ways, including the Executive Director of the Jackson Community Development Corporation. But today, I'm proud to be here as a member of the Community United Church of Christ on Fresno and Browning Street. And I'm honored to represent our congregation here today. You are busy people. This is a full space. I'm sure we've already had a very busy morning. And so I want to invite us to stop and start by just pausing and breathing deeply as an opportunity for us to transition from getting here to being present here. So let's pause. I acknowledge that your positions are very challenging and you have many voices pulling you in multiple directions. And as you discern the best decisions for the common good of Fresno, I want to remind you that we are linked together and our well-being is interconnected. We are created for community, which is why we long for relationships and we long for connection, and what happens to one of us impacts the rest of us. And so I want to encourage you to keep this Bible passage I'm going to share in mind as you make decisions. This text is paraphrased from the Old Testament prophet Jeremiah, chapter 29. Seek the peace and prosperity to the city for which you have been brought to. Pray to the Lord for it, because if it prospers, you too will prosper. With all the power that you've been given comes much responsibility. May you lead well for the common good. I'll close with a prayer. Creator God, you have created us each uniquely with giftings and passions, and I thank you for each of these members of the city council and city government, and for their desire to serve their community well. May you give them much wisdom in their decisions. And may they overflow with radical love for all the people of Fresno. Amen.
Next, we're going to move on to the approval of the agenda. City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda?
Yes, I do have a few changes. First, I'd like to announce we have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom. And we also have 2 Spanish in-house translators who would like to let the audience know the services they can provide.
Hello, good morning. My name is Jael, and my colleague Jasmine is towards the back of the auditorium. Today, we are your in-house Spanish interpreters from Focus Interpreting. If you are in need of assistance for Spanish interpretation, please find us towards the back. We have headsets available and more than happy to help. Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Jael, mi colega Jasmine. Somos sus intérpretes de español de parte de Focus Interpreting. Si usted está en necesidad de interpretación de español, tenemos unos dispositivos disponibles y estamos contentos en poder ayudarlos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And as for items moved to the contested consent for further discussion. First, we have consent calendar item 2V as in Victor, that is file ID 25-310 regarding actions pertaining to setting aside certification of program environmental impact report and amendments to the general plan mobility and transportation element. That has been moved to contested consent by Vice President Arias. We also have consent calendar item 2W, that is file ID 25-72, actions pertaining to the La Hacienda Mobile Home Park located at 104 East Sierra Avenue. That has been moved to contested consent by Vice President Arias. And also, removed from the agenda today with no specified return date is consent calendar item 2C. That is file ID 25-318, the resolution naming the park at 2155 South Peach Avenue to Peach Park. That item has been removed from the agenda and will return at a later date. I have no additional changes to the agenda.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify on 2C, because on the sheet it said move to contested. So you're saying the Peach Park is being removed completely?
Yeah, City Manager, that was me. I'm tabling the item altogether.
Okay.
I got a lot of calls from community members in Southeast Fresno. Concerned, I think are quite a few lined up to speak today. My thought process was that this is really a lot of heat for a council where the Southeast seat is not represented currently, and I'd like to punt that ideally until the seat is filled and no longer vacant, and let that new council member kind of lead that effort and ultimately kind of lead the council. So I understand it's the administration's recommendation from the survey you took, but I do think it's prudent to wait until the D5 seat is filled.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
That was all for the contested consent you have reported right now?
Correct.
Okay, so we're going to go to the council. Council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from the consent for discussion? Let's start with Councilmember Perea. Okay. Vice President Arias?
No, Council President.
Okay. Councilmember Maxwell?
No changes, President.
Okay. Member Richardson?
No, sir.
Member Esparza?
None.
This is a record day. Okay. Okay, so is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So move.
So moved by the Vice President, seconded by Councilmember Maxwell. Any opposition? The motion passes 6-0. So now we move on to the best part of the day, the ceremonial presentations. Today we have 5 presentations. The first one will be a proclamation for Central Valley Firefighters Credit Union. So if the members would come up, and we will start with that process. Which one's it? Okay. Good morning. So today we get to celebrate a really great organization, the Central Valley Firefighters Credit Union. And for any of you that go and bank, there's a special relationship a member has with a credit union they don't have with their bank. Now, this organization was founded 90 years ago by, I think, 105 Fresno city firefighters. They came together and pooled their resources and formed this great credit union. And we are celebrating them today because now they serve, I think, is it 6 counties? Yes. 6 counties that covers over 300 fire stations. You guys know how I feel about the fire department. However, it's very important to me, and it's a big part of our public safety response in this city. The last thing any of us want is for our firefighters to have to worry about taking care of their families. When they want to maybe finance a vehicle for their first child who's driving and they're already nervous about that, and they're dealing with high insurance rates. It's great to know they have a relationship with a local credit union that will cater to their specific needs so that they can focus on spending time with their families as opposed to worrying about the stress of life, because most of their time is spent defending this city and our lives and property against catastrophic damage. So that's why we're here today. We hope you have 90 more years. I won't be here for the 100th anniversary, but maybe I'll be a member by then. You never know. So, Billy's recruiting. I don't know if Chief Alcorn, if you're recruiting, maybe I'll be a firefighter after this. So, Emily, would you like to say a few words, please?
Thank you. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Council President Carbasi. My name is Emily. I'm the CEO of Central Valley Firefighters Credit Union. I just wanted to say thank you very much for the proclamation. We've been around since 1935. We exclusively serve firefighters and their families. Most people, as they see the big red trucks, we are the ones that serve the firefighters and their families. So we're the ones behind the scenes, making sure that they're able to do their financing for their house, be able to save for retirement, things like that. So we know exactly what firefighter families need, and so we cater to that. So being able to be recognized for this and being in business for 90 years is very special to us. So thank you very much.
Yeah, it's our pleasure. Thank you so much. And thank you for what you do for our firefighters in the city of Fresno. Sir Clerk, if you read the proclamation into the record, we're ready to go for that.
Happily.
There you go.
Whereas, since 1935, firefighters and their families have counted on the support and financial services at Central Valley Firefighters Credit Union, CVFCU. The CVFCU was founded as Fresno Fire Department Credit Union in 1935 by Captain Richard Pappy Hicks and 107 other firefighters from the Fresno City Fire Department. To establish the organization, each member contributed a membership fee of 50 cents in order to establish a state charter and be recognized as a financial institution. In 2018, our name changed to Central Valley Firefighters Credit Union, but the mission remained the same, to be the financial first response team to those who protect our community. And whereas Central Valley Firefighters Credit Union proudly serves firefighters and employees of fire service, as well as their families across 6 counties, Fresno, Madera, Kings, Mariposa, Merced, and Tulare, with a network spanning over 300 fire stations and administrative offices. And whereas over the decades, CVFCU has grown and evolved to meet the needs of the fire community. Now, as we celebrate its 90th anniversary, the credit union reflects on a remarkable legacy of service, growth, and commitment to its members. And whereas Fresno remains the home and the central hub of Central Valley Firefighters Credit Union, which continues to play a vital role in fostering collaboration and cooperation across the 6-county region. CVFCU stands as a testament to the strong sense of community, service, mutual support among firefighters in this area, with a legacy of dedication to improving the financial well-being of its members. Through these efforts, the credit union has built a solid foundation that enables it to serve and grow for many years to come, marking 90 years of providing invaluable financial support and stability to its community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby recognize the 90 years of service to its members and honor Central Valley Firefighters Credit Union in the city of Fresno.
And next up, we have Council Vice President with Edison High Boys Soccer Team Day. And that will be followed by National 311 Day by the Office of Mayor and City Manager.
All right, guys, do the simple rule. If you're tall, don't stand by me. That makes sense? So give me the short one. All right, thank you. Coach, are we all set? Yes, we are. Well, thank you. This morning, I have the privilege of honoring a group of young men and their coach. It's the Edison High School soccer team. They've done something remarkable that hasn't been done in more than 25 years in the city of Fresno. They won the championship against Clovis North a couple of weeks ago in a very close match. I had the opportunity to be there. A couple of takeaways. One is there was very little parking at the stadium. So much little parking that it took me about 5 minutes after the game started to get into the stadium, at which point they had already scored 2 goals, Edison High School Tigers. So when I walk in, it's 2-0. Then they go and tie the game 2-2. And the last seconds of the game, Edison came through with the winning goal. It was one of the best moments I've seen in high school athletics. That classic moment of all the kids and the adults jumping into the field before the refs tells us it's okay to jump in and celebrating the championship trophy of these young gentlemen. So congratulations to the Edison High School soccer team, and congratulations to Coach. I know in the audience there was a lot of Edison High School alumni that were amazingly enjoying the fact that top-tier soccer was back at Edison High School. So Coach, I want to give you the opportunity to address the group and tell us a little bit about your team. And I also wanted to announce to the group that in recognition of your achievement, you will be the special guest of the City of Fresno in the upcoming Atlas versus Cruz Azul soccer game on March 22nd. So get your family members, get your friends. We will get you admission tickets. We'll take care of you guys, and you'll get to see some of the best soccer Fresno has to offer with some international exhibition. So Coach, here you go.
Thank you so much. Well, my name is Dr. Femi Olukoni, and I've been coaching at Edison for 32 years. This is our second Valley Championship. The first one was in 2000 and this one, I'll tell you, I'll be honest with you, this is the best one so far. Now, like I said, I've been coaching for many years, not only as here, but I coach at City College as well. It's just great to see these young men winning something. These are players that we brought in about 3-4 years ago as freshmen. Now they got it done, and we are so happy for them. Not only them, the school, the family, and the West Side area, and our district as well. So we are just happy to be here. I'm glad to be their coach, and it's been a fun ride being their coach. As you know, to be in championship is not easy. You have to go through ups and downs. And we went through that with the boys, but we were able to come up on top at the end of the day. So we are so glad to be here. And I would now leave it to our head. Okay. Our head manager.
Hi, my name is Elia Padron. My connection with the boys is they asked me 2 years ago to step in and help with the fundraising. So I came in 2 years ago. My daughter was playing for the girls, and this year I continued on their amazing growth from the past 4 years. I was actually a senior at Edison High School when we won our first championship back in 1999, 2000, and it was amazing. But I can say that I'm so proud of them. It has I've seen so much growth in a lot of them. They've been very positive inside the field and outside of the field. They've represented Edison so well. In social media, they had us as a Cinderella story. Well, guess what? That shoe did fit, and it fit in that 93706. So thank you so much, boys, for being there for each other. And you are great, amazing young players. And I can't wait to see you guys in the college level, pro soccer, all that stuff. So please invite us. And for those of you that can support us, we are greatly in need because I think these boys are going to take state next year.
I just want to thank you so much, Councilman Arias and the council. Thank you, everybody, for having us here. We're very appreciative for allowing these boys to be recognized for their hard work. Thank you so very much.
All right, City Clerk, you may proceed. Let's do group photos, and then we'll do a group photo outside the chambers 2 and the stairs, and we'll proceed. And gentlemen, I just want to end with this. Not only was the game great, the crowd was even better, but your character, your integrity, your humility, you made your families proud. I got to sit in that audience with all your families, and they were extremely proud of all of you guys, especially how you maintained your calmness, even though those guys were being a little too rough, and fouls were not being called. So good work.
Whereas the Edison High School varsity boys soccer team, under the exemplary leadership of head coach Femi Olukani, has demonstrated exceptional skill, determination, and sportsmanship throughout the 24-25 season. And whereas on February 27, 2025, the Edison High School Tigers secured the Central Section Division I championship in a thrilling match against Clovis North High School, culminating in a 3-2 victory. And whereas the championship game was highlighted by a decisive free kick in the final minute of extra time by senior forward Eliza Reyes, leading the team to victory. And whereas his remarkable achievement marks the first Division I title for Edison High School since the year 2000, ending a 25-year championship drought. And whereas the unwavering support of the coaching staff, families, and Edison High School community has been instrumental in the team's journey to success, bringing immense pride to Edison High School and the Fresno community. Whereas the team's success is a testament to the hard work and dedication and the following players and coaching staff: head coach Femi Olukani, assistant coach Isaiah Lorgio, Angela Hernandez, Julian Vorabuth, Emmanuel Gomez, Diego Figueroa, Gavin Morris, Diego Godinez, Danny Zinzun, Matthew Casillas, Kingston Davies, Anthony Verduscu, Giovanni Ceseda, Eliza Reyes, Moises Durantes, Gustavo Barajas, Aaron Cazares, Stephen Amazela, Zarin Serif, Tukogu Chukwumama, Giovanni Garcia, David Falcone, Carlos Ramirez, Zaven Laporta, and Rayan Cuellar. And whereas we recognize and congratulate the Edison High School varsity boys soccer team for their outstanding achievement and performance in winning the Central Section Division I championship. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Fresno City Council and Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, do hereby proclaim March 13th, 2025 to be Edison High School Boys Soccer Team Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you, City Clerk. Thank you for reading all those names. It's quite a lot of talent there. We are going to move on to our next proclamation. This is a proclamation of the Justin Garza Cheer Team CIF California State Championship Day. Oh, 311? Oh, I apologize. I see the city manager down here.
I don't care. I was told that we were doing the 311 next, but...
I just hijacked to the chairmanship because there was no chair.
Okay.
So I apologize for the out of order.
Okay.
We are going to be excited. Hold that energy. Hold that energy.
Okay.
So we're going to do a proclamation for National 311 Day, and this is sponsored by the Office of the Mayor and the City Manager. Apologize for the confusion.
311
Come on
team.
down.
Okay, so I think everybody knows, and I hope everybody knows, what a great asset that we have with our 311 call center. Anytime someone needs something in the city of Fresno and they're not quite sure who to call, is this a public works? Is this a public utilities? Where do I start? 311. And these people right here are available to answer the phone and direct you to the right place to be able to get your issue resolved. We haven't always had a 311 center, so we're very proud that we have been able to have this operation in-house, and we monitor things. They work within the Fresno system, right? So we provide all sorts of opportunities for our residents to reach out to the city. 311 is the live person. We have Fresno, which both of these systems work together and are linked together so that you can be able to see where your issue is being resolved in the city. I think they do an amazing job. It helps us be transparent as a city so that when somebody calls, they know that we're listening. They're able to track their issue to see where it is being handled within the city. So this is an amazing team that we have. We're very proud of them. We watch the metrics of how they submit their tickets and how they get resolved, and they do an amazing job. So I want to thank the team. This falls under our Information Services Department, under Brian Horn's leadership, and Gina Medina, right? Yeah. For some reason, I'm like, did you have a different last name? No. So Gina Medina is our lead person over the team. She does an amazing job. This team has been featured a couple times on our We Work For You videos. I know Gina has personally, I believe. So thank you, team, for all that you do day in and day out. And we appreciate you. TJ, do you want to add anything? I know that ISD reports to you.
Yes, I just want to express my appreciation as well. I was fortunate enough to be part of this team when we first brought Fresno on, and you guys have taken it to the next level. So it's really there to support our community, and we appreciate you day in and day out.
Okay, with that, Todd, if you could read the proclamation, that would be great.
Happily. Whereas the City of Fresno's 311 call center serves as a vital connection between residents and city services, providing accessible, efficient, and responsive non-emergency assistance to the community. And whereas by addressing concerns, answering inquiries, and facilitating service requests with professionalism, courtesy, and dedication, the 311 call center is committed to enhancing quality of life. And whereas the 311 call center's hardworking and knowledgeable staff plays an essential role in ensuring residents receive timely and accurate information. They assist customers with issues such as waste management, street maintenance, graffiti removal, and other essential city services. And whereas exemplifying the City of Fresno's commitment to transparent government and outstanding customer service, the 311 call center ensures that every resident's service request is efficiently addressed. And whereas the City of Fresno recognizes and appreciates the 311 call center's invaluable contributions, the dedication and service of its employees enhance community engagement and strengthen the connection between the city and its residents. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the members of the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim Thursday, March 13th, 2025 to be City of Fresno 311 Call Center Day in the City of Fresno.
Next up for the recognition this morning is a proclamation recognizing the Justin Garza Cheer Team CIF State Championship Day. Councilwoman Perea. Thank you, ladies, for joining us. And now we'll turn it over to Councilwoman Analisa Perea.
All right, I'm going to call up our Central Unified Trustees as well, if you guys could join me, Josh Sellers and Nabil Kirfan. So today is a day where we are in a house full of champions. We just celebrated the Edison boys soccer team, and now we are going to highlight the Central Unified School District Justin Garza High School Cheer Team Proclamation. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause for that. So I was never a cheerleader. That was not my forte. I did soccer, but I would have to imagine that cheer is one of the hardest sports out there. Would you guys agree with that? Yeah. And the Justin Garza High School cheer team didn't just compete this season, they dominated. And what that resulted in was first place at the CIF State Championship in the varsity small division. That's right, state champions. Give these folks a round of applause. This group of individuals are showing us what it means to be determined, to work hard, to wake up early in the morning, to stay up late at night, conditioning, and literally and figuratively lifting each other up to get to where you are today. So this is a prime example of a group of young ladies who are setting the bar and showing us all what it means when you work hard, you show determination, and you earn results that we can all be proud of. Your family, I know the sacrifice that takes, so I want to recognize the family of these individuals and the coaching staff. We can't do anything without our great coaches. And so do we have Coach up here today? There you are. I'm going to give you the mic to say a few words and just kind of tell us a little bit more about these young ladies.
So these girls are extremely special in that they have managed to balance not only being fantastic athletes, but fantastic people. We have a motto at Justin Garza: better people make better cheerleaders. And they are always the type of girls that not only focus on being fantastic in the classroom, but being fantastic role models on their campus. Student life is extremely important to them. Their academics is extremely important to them. Community service is extremely important to them. And being a community member that matters is a forefront of their focus. They show up to practice every day focused on being their best for each other and for their community. And most importantly, they love the sport and love the people that they go to school with, and they love the community that supports them. I am so blessed to have them as not only cheerleaders, but as students in my classroom for cheer PE. They enjoy truly what they do, and it shows with all of their success. They not only were state champions, they continued to be champions all throughout the season in numerous competitions, and went to the National High School Cheerleading Championship and got top 10 out of 112 teams. And they'll be featured on ESPN March 29th, and not very many teams in Fresno, California are featured on ESPN. So that's something that if anybody wants to tune in and watch ESPN, March 29th, 10 a.m., please tune in so you can watch these girls be featured, and Fresno can be on the forefront of national stage. So I love you guys. I appreciate you guys so much. You're fantastic girls of character, and that's truly what matters.
City Clerk, will you please read the proclamation into the record?
Happily. Whereas the Justin Garza High School cheer team has demonstrated exceptional dedication, perseverance, and teamwork throughout their season. And whereas their unwavering commitment to excellence culminated in an extraordinary achievement at the California Interscholastic Federation's CIF Championship, where they secured first place in the CIF State Championship in the varsity small division. And whereas, under the guidance of coaches Brittany Arduino, Alan Rios, Audra Martins, Haley Phelps, Jordan Bay, Madison Smith, and Nyla Armstrong, the team has thrived, with their leadership fostering a culture of discipline, camaraderie, and school spirit. And whereas we proudly recognize and commend each athlete for their hard work and achievements, as their victory not only brings immense pride to Justin Garza High School, but also honors the Central Unified School District, their families, and the entire Fresno community. Whereas we celebrate the accomplishments of the following team members: Malaya Mendoza, Regan Askloff, Maddie Cortez, Grace Badginwino, Haley Hirata, Bailey Abram, Cole Flores, Marissa Estrada, Erica Kramer, Hope Huffman Hanlon, Janae Alvarez, Jillian Ybarra, Shelby Downer, Lillian Monsivas, Desiree G., Arlen Tiscareno, Lily Grace Goodrum, Caris Delgado, Savannah Bryant, Anaya Snowden, and Juliana Anaya. Their success serves as an inspiration to future athletes, encouraging them to strive for greatness and embrace the spirit of teamwork. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Councilmember Annalisa Perea, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim Thursday, March 13th, 2025 to be Justin Garza High School Cheer Team Championship Day in the city of Fresno.
If you guys go through these back doors, we're going to hand out some certificates as well. Want to read the next one, Mike? Want to read the next one?
Okay. And our final proclamation, also sponsored by Councilmember Perea, will be the Central East Cheer Team Championship Day.
All right, can I get the Central East High School cheer
Thank you.
team up here, please? Did any of you guys do cheer up there? Mike? Okay, I don't know how I got lucky enough to do this. Okay, let's squeeze on down so we can get everyone into the picture. Man, there's a number of you guys. How many is on your team? We have 29. 29. Okay, wonderful. Well, it's my honor to present to you all the Central East High School cheer team. And before I tell you why we're recognizing them here today, I want to talk about the spirit, the skill, and the sheer determination that it takes to do what you all do every single day. Again, I think you guys have a lot of early conditioning mornings. I think we have, sore muscles just about every day, a lot of late nights. And on top of that, you still have to make sure you're getting straight A's, right? Right? We're getting straight A's? But it is my distinct pleasure to announce to everyone here today that these individuals before you are the USA National Championship winners. So congratulations to you and your team, Coach. And once again, I do want to highlight that none of this could be possible without the support from your family and friends and teachers. And so if you have any family out there, thank you, family. Thank you for supporting these young folks. And thank you to this cheer team specifically for raising the bar. Not just setting the bar, but raising the bar of what it means to be a high school student during a challenging time. But on top of that, a champion. So thank you for making your school proud, the Central Unified School District community proud, and the city of Fresno proud. So Coach, can I give you a few minutes to say a few words? Thank you.
Okay, so first off, I just want to say that we are very proud of all of our teams. They work super hard and practice every morning at 7 a.m. They lift weights 3 days a week. And they also have to go to all the other athletic teams programs. They have to support football, basketball, volleyball, swim, water polo, and they go to all of it and support with enthusiasm and energy, and we really appreciate what they do for our school. They show up for pep rallies, Central Unified pep rallies, so they do it all. And I'm really proud of you guys for keeping your grades up and being able to get all of that done and really be at everything. They really are expected to do a lot. I want to mention that our JV team went undefeated this season, winning nationals. Our varsity pep team overcame a lot of adversity. They had a lot of things happen this season, but they won CIF section championship, and we're very proud of them. And then our varsity cheer team overcame both of their losses this season to Downey and Clovis North and won nationals when it really mattered, and we're super proud of them for being able to do that. And finally, I just want to say congratulations to all of you. It's been a pleasure to coach you this season. I adore all of you. I love all of you. And I mean, you make my job a lot easier because I really love being around you. So thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Ms. Sweet, behind you. All right, and so before I have the city clerk read the proclamation, I do want to announce that today in the city of Fresno is Central East High School Cheer Team Championship Day in the entire city. So congratulations. City clerk, will you please read the proclamation?
Whereas Central East High School CEHS Pep and Cheer Team has exemplified excellence in competitive cheerleading, demonstrating remarkable skills, spirit, and dedication while achieving outstanding success. And whereas CEHS JV and varsity teams competed in the USA Spirit Nationals, and the varsity team placed first in the small co-ed varsity show cheer advanced division, and the JV team placed first in the JV advanced non-tumble division. And whereas the varsity comp Pep Small Co-ed Varsity Show Cheer Advanced team has showcased their superior talent and determination in the most competitive divisions, represented by Alyssa Castro, Jacelyn Dower, Mackenzie Espinola, Zariah Magnum, Priscilla Morales, Sienna Sellers, and whereas Varsity Comp Cheer D3 Dance CIF Section title champions displayed extraordinary choreography, synchronization, and perseverance, bringing home yet another title for Central East with the following dedicated athletes: Melise Ariano, Syria Bruner, Jaden Barbado Green, Madison Critchlow, Jay Evans, Tiara Freeman, Bethany Gonzalez, Jasmine Guerrero, Noah Lou John, Destiny Martinez, Lily McCarty, Anaya Sanchez. And whereas the JV Comp Cheer JV Advanced Non-Tumble team has demonstrated perseverance, teamwork, and technical excellence, making significant strides in competition under the leadership of Olivia Armstrong, Caden Carter, Mackenzie Carter, Farah Granda, Yolana Lazaro, Natalie Legere, Jocelyn Mendez, Serenity Pittman, Leilani Quintanilla Hernandez, Layla Thibault, Juliana Torres. And whereas these athletes, along with their coaches and support staff, have solidified their program's reputation by securing various prestigious titles, and these remarkable young athletes have demonstrated unwavering commitment, sportsmanship, and teamwork, bringing immense pride to Central East High School, their families, Central Unified School District, and the entire Fresno community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Councilmember Andalisa Perea, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim Thursday, March 13th, 2025 to be Central East High School Cheer Team Championship Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you so much. Wonderful proclamations today. We're going to move on to our next item on the agenda. That's council member reports and comments. We'll start off with Council Member Maxwell. Anything to report today? Okay. We're going to move on next to Councilmember Richardson. Anything to report today?
Yes, sir. Proud to confirm that not this past weekend, but the weekend prior, we had our first Beautify Fresno event up in District 6 in the vicinity of McCardle Elementary School. And we're proud to announce that 82 people felt passionate enough to show up with us early on a Saturday and help us pick up trash. We gathered about a half a ton of garbage, two shopping carts, and I believe an errant tire. So that neighborhood, after the Public Works performed their neighborhood blitz, is looking a lot better with thanks to the Public Works Department. Very much appreciate that. In addition, we've had a successful round of town halls and meetings. So if you live up in Northeast Fresno and there's something controversial going on up there in your neighborhood, expect that we're going to be reaching out to you soon. So thanks for the continued support of the residents of Northeast Fresno. That's all.
Excellent. All right. A lot of great things to report. Next, we're going to move on to Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. Had the honor of participating in Read Across America this week, last week, and the week prior. I got invited to a lot of classrooms, and I made it to every single one of them. It's always fun. It's a wonderful celebration that highlights the importance of literacy and education to our students. So I want to express my gratitude to the teachers and volunteers who make this possible. For all the invitations I received. If I can, I certainly will be there to read. Also had the privilege of attending the Reyes Scholarship Fund Legacy Gala this past weekend. Always an incredible event. Supports the hardworking students over at Roosevelt High School. The gala not only celebrates the academic achievements of our local students, but also provides them with the financial resources they need to continue their education. So really appreciate the Reyes family for continuing on that tradition and supporting those students each and every year. And finally, last night, had the fun privilege of going over to Fresno State and speaking to the economics club out there. Had a room full of about 50 econ students. It was very fun engaging with them back and forth. That'll be it for me, Council President. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. We may come back to Councilmember Perea later, but in the meantime, we're going to move on to Mayor and City Manager comments in a moment. So, City Manager, anything to report today?
Yes, we have a roof leak.
Okay. Do we need to take a little break?
So I believe the mayor was on his way out, and if he doesn't make it in here, I know one of the things he would say, and I'm going to tap dance here, is that we both attended this past Saturday the groundbreaking for Golden Charter Academy. that this body approved. There he is. No, yes, there he is. Mayor, I was tap dancing for you. Not very well. Yes. I just started mentioning the Golden Charter. You can finish up as far as that Saturday event.
Good morning, Council. Sorry, I was out there taking photos. It's part of the job duties, right? I do want to mention that Golden Charter Academy, we had the groundbreaking on Saturday. Well-attended event, probably had about 250 people there from all over the community. Incredible event, and it's going to be an incredible school when it's all said and done. And look forward to seeing the school open and the results of the education of all those kids. And I think all of you got to see firsthand when those students from Golden Charter came in, how respectful they were, articulate, and very apparent that they had been taught well in Golden Charter Academy. So great event, and look forward to expediting that process through in terms of building. That's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Again, City Manager, nothing to report on your end? We're good to go? Okay. Okay, again, we may come back for Councilmember Pereira's comments if she has any, but before we actually move on to regular business, we are actually going to break for closed session, and we will take public comment on the item. But City Attorney, would you disclose what we're going to discuss in closed session?
Yes, the item that we're going to discuss in closed session this morning are items A through C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, La Hacienda, Mobile Estates.
And I do not have any cards for anyone wishing to speak on that item, but if anybody would like to come forward for closed session, please feel free to come up and speak at this time.
Good morning to the council and to the mayor and to my councilman Arias. I'd just like to say that my name is Hester Hensley. I'm a citizen of Southwest Fresno, has been since 1946, excuse my voice. And I take my citizenship in Southwest Fresno real serious.
I apologize, Ms. Hensley. This is about I have your card for unscheduled, but this is for closed session.
Oh. Well, excuse me.
No, not a problem. We'll come back to you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay. So what we're going to do now is there is one more ceremonial that was timed for Daly Elementary, and we're not going to forget about that. We're going to take a 5-minute recess so we can get the member back in here, and we'll resume with that ceremony. So we'll come back at 10:04. 9:05 timed item, and it's our last ceremonial of the day, and that is sponsored by Councilmember Perea. Folks, everyone take your seats, please. We've called the meeting to order. Thank you very much.
All right, let's have the Daly Elementary Charter School fifth graders come on up. Thank you three for being here. We're really, really excited to hear what you have to say today about civic engagement, especially how important it is for our youth to be more civically engaged. So without further ado, you have the floor.
Good morning. Our names are Lucia Fierro,
Nathan Elasande,
and Jose Zamora. We are fifth grade students from Daly Elementary Charter School working on a project called Exhibition. Daly is an International Baccalaureate, or IB school, which means we learn how to be globally minded, we take action, and use attributes like being caring, knowledgeable, thinker, we are reflective, risk takers, and more. The IB Exhibition Project is a student-designed project to give back to the community. Every group is assigned a topic. Some groups study topics including systemic racism, healthcare, immigrants and refugees, local ecosystems, education, demographics and neighborhoods, safety, housing, and city infrastructure. Our group's topic is civics.
Part of exhibition is taking action, and that is why we are here today. We are here to practice civic engagement, to tell you some of what we learned about civics, and ask for your help.
We learned that civics include voting, contacting officials, petitioning, protesting, collaborating with others on various issues, attend public meetings, providing written public comments, donating, and more.
One problem we learned about is how not all communities have an equal number of people voting. Not all people have easy access to information about voting, about candidates, or issues on the ballot. Some people may have language barriers. It is important for everyone in our diverse community to have a say in government decisions. Something I learned during exhibition is that deadlines are very important, and throughout the steps of exhibition, you may need to do some things at home.
Something that I learned during exhibition is that as residents and community members, we have a duty and right to participate in our local government and keep informed about the decisions that our elected officials are making and how they will impact us. I also learned that different groups are affected differently depending on where they live.
For our action project, we would like to ask for your help. We would like it if you could look for opportunities to help kids and participate and learn about youth civic engagement. For example, inform kids on how to vote and how to get information on voting early on. You could add a section to the City Council webpage for kids to understand what the City Council is doing, and you could also send a quarterly e-newsletter to kids and families on how to help the community. This is important because if kids learn about civics and experience civic engagement, they will more likely participate in civic engagement as adults. We hope you consider joining us at Daly on March 20th for the 5th grade exhibition. Thank you.
Lucia, Nathan, Jose, you guys did an incredible job standing up here and showing us what it means to be civically engaged at a very young age. And so I know this is just the beginning for you guys, and my team and I will be there for the day of your exhibition to make sure that we hear from more of your peers as well. We're really excited to see all the great things that you're going to accomplish for the great city of Fresno, and whenever we have opportunities to have you guys participate and be more civically engaged, we will connect with your school to make sure that you have all the opportunities possible to increase civic engagement and to lend your voice to help us make decisions here every single day. So thank you to the three of you. And it's my honor. What we're going to do next is we're going to make you honorary council members for the day. So congratulations. We have 3 new honorary council members in the city of Fresno. Congratulations, guys.
And I believe Councilmember Richardson is punched up.
Gentlemen, young lady, I would also like to say you're very brave for coming up here today. If the adults and the other kids in this city could read as well as you, speak publicly as well as you, and were as brave as you, I think we'd probably have flying cars right now. So very well done. Look forward to seeing you in this room in a few years.
Thank you.
Here you go. This one's for you. This one's for you. And you're the newest council member. Oops. And then this one is for you. Put that on. Congratulations, council members. Good to meet you. Thanks for everything you're doing for a great city. And we'll see you guys soon, okay? All right, congratulations.
Great job. Thank you, Councilmember Perea. Before we break into closed session, we're actually going to add one more item for discussion in closed session. We have to go out to public comment for that item as well. City Attorney, would you disclose the item?
Yes, Council President, that's item E, conference with legal counsel existing litigation, City of Fresno versus Fresno Building Healthy Communities.
Okay. Is there anyone wishing to comment publicly on that item? Please do come forward. Last call for anyone wishing to comment on the last closed session item. There being none, we will now move on to closed session. Thank you. City Attorney. So we're back from closed session. City Attorney, is there anything to report?
Nothing to report, Council President.
Okay, we're going to move on with our agenda. Before we get to our scheduled hearings and matters, we are going to approve the consent calendar. And I just want to reiterate, do any council members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items? There being none, we're going to take public comment now on all consent, including contested consent items, as well as on closed session items that are remaining. Would any member of the public like to speak on items on the consent calendar or a contested consent item? If so, each speaker has 3 minutes. And then please identify the item you want to comment about at the beginning. Now, if you are here for the item regarding the proposed Peach Park, that item is no longer part of the agenda. So if you want to speak on that, it would have to be an unscheduled communication at a later point in this meeting, unless you are timed on the agenda. We have a few speakers timed that we'll be hearing from very shortly. Any members of the public wishing to speak on the consent, contested consent, or closed session items?
Hi, good morning. My name is Giovanna Morales with Leadership Council and Accountability. I'm here to make comments on item 2N, which was appropriating $250 to the City Attorney Code Department for the Eviction Protection Program. We just want to thank the council for allocating additional funds to this very critical program. The Eviction Protection Program has helped hundreds of tenants across the city in all districts. It has helped families stay housed and has prevented displacement. Additionally, the EPP is a program in the housing element, and more importantly, a program that affirmatively furthers fair housing. It is essential that it remain protected. This program will continue to garner support from residents and organizations, and we do look forward to working with the city and engaging in budget discussions to ensure that this program remains funded. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the public wishing to speak on the consent, contested consent, and closed session items remaining on the agenda? There being none, we're going to close public comment.
To approve, Council President?
Yep, motion by Council Vice President. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Perea. Any opposition? No. Hold on a second. You want to pull an item?
Two, Papa.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't catch that. One moment.
2P.
There is a... We're going to suspend the motion for a moment. Councilmember Richardson would like to pull item 2P as in Peter.
I'll make a motion of reconsideration to approve the consent item without that item.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, there's a motion and a second on the table. Any opposition? There being none, the motion passes 5-0, and we will come back after our timed items to the contested consent to hear item 2P. As well as 2V and 2W. So now we have our 9:10, I'm sorry, that was the 9:15 item, hearing to adopt resolution and ordinance to levy a special tax regarding community CFD number 9. This is in District 7. Thank you.
Hold on a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is the microphone working?
Good.
Go ahead, Adrian.
Good morning. My name is Adrian Gonzalez, Supervising Engineering Technician with the Public Works Department. This is the required public hearing to annex Assessor's Parcel Number 310-25013 into Community Facilities District Number 9. This is a multifamily development that is located in Council District 7 near the intersection of Clinton and Armstrong. This development is going to install some public improvements, which include sidewalk, curb and gutter, valley gutter, and a street light. The cost of services to maintain these facilities totals $343.50 annually, and that includes the typical 2% yearly escalator. We do have the ballot in favor of the annexation. I do not believe the owner is present, and staff is on standby for any questions. Thank you.
Great. Any questions by council members? Okay. Any public comment on this item? Any member of the public wishing to speak on the 9:15 number 1 item? Okay, at this time, council members. Okay, is there a motion? Councilmember Perea made a motion. I will second that motion. Any opposition? There being none, the motion passes 5-0. Now we move on to the one you've been waiting for, 915, number 2 item. It's a hearing to consider text amendment application P23-03410 and related environmental findings. The hearing will be held first with a staff presentation.
Good morning, Council President, Council members. Philip Seegers with the Planning and Development Department. This next item for your consideration is text amendment application number P23-03410 and the related environmental finding. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, so under the current development code, retail establishments that are engaged in the retail sale of tobacco and vapor products are subject to regulations outlined in section 15-2706 of the development code. And now that section in those regulations really only provides regulations for establishments when they're located within 400 feet of a school, and that only pertains to signage. And other than that, there are no additional regulations for tobacco retailers. And so in order to provide additional regulations and permitting requirements related to smoke shops, the City Council initiated the subject text amendment application in February of 2022 that would amend Section 15-2706 of the Development Code. And the intent of the proposed text amendment is to address establishments which have been found to be engaged in illegal sale of tobacco products, sale of illegal commercial cannabis products, and gambling operations and other illegal activity. And so the proposed text amendment, it will add new terms and definitions to the development code under section 156208. And some of those terms and definitions include tobacco retailer, tobacco product, smoking paraphernalia, smoke and vapor product, smoke shop, and a smoke shop operator. And the key difference between a tobacco retailer and a smoke shop is where a tobacco retailer, the sale of tobacco and vapor products is incidental to the primary retail use. Whereas with a smoke shop, selling of smoke and vapor products, that's the primary retail operation. And smoke shops, under that definition, it doesn't include tobacco retailers. So again, that's the difference. It also doesn't include cigar lounges where there might be on-site consumption at the location. It also does not include cannabis retail or commercial cannabis businesses. Also with the proposed text amendment, it will replace the existing regulations under section 15-2761 of the Development Code. It will establish new regulations for both new and existing smoke shops, and it will amortize existing smoke shop establishments by allowing up to 7 establishments within each council district, and so that would be 49 establishments permitted citywide. Right now, there's approximately 564 total retailers throughout the city of Fresno. Of that 564, approximately 15% are considered, would meet the definition of a smoke shop. And out of all those retailers, approximately 34% are near schools and 84 are near other retailers. And I provide some of an overview of some of the changes that will be included in this text amendment. It'll provide a permitting process for new smoke shop establishments that they need to obtain a conditional use permit as well as a valid business license. It also includes, as I mentioned before, the amortization process for existing smoke shops. That will give up to 18 months for an existing smoke shop to either change the nature of their business, perhaps change to another retailer where tobacco sales might be incidental or accessory, not the primary use, or wind down operations and close. It also existing establishments could also apply for a conditional use permit alongside new smoke shops. And so that could include applying for a conditional use permit either at an existing location or another location that might be in compliance with the location restrictions that I'll cover in a second. The text amendment also places, as I mentioned earlier, a limit on the number of smoke shops permitted citywide. So it proposes to limit 7 per council district and 49 citywide. I'd also like to note that the text amendment, it does include the ability for council to increase that number from 7 per council district, but that would be subject to a resolution and council vote. It also provides for public noticing requirements for when applications, conditional use permits that are available. The city will provide a notice in the Fresno B as well as on the city website. It also places location restrictions for new smoke shops. So similar to the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act, which regulates off-sale of alcohol establishments, that includes location restrictions from other establishments. This too has similar location restrictions. So a smoke shop can't be located within 1,000 feet of sensitive use. That would be a school, a daycare, childcare facility, and it can't be located within 1,000 feet of another smoke shop. And also the second location restriction would be the overconcentration. It can't be in a council district where there's already 7 smoke shops. And it also would provide some operational requirements that smoke shops would need to comply with, that if approved, if their conditional use permit is approved, they need to meet these standards and the requirements. That would include maintenance of landscaping and lighting, abatement of graffiti and litter. It also provides requirements for prohibition on vending machines on site, requirements for maintaining video surveillance, as well as training of staff, prohibited products that can't be sold at the store, and also a limit on hours of operation. And so it would place a limit. A store could only operate between 8 a.m. and 10 p.m. and not beyond that. It also includes annual inspections that would occur at random, as well as establishing fines for establishments that might be found to be caught selling illegal product to minors, or a fine for a violation of the signage regulations. So the proposed amendment, it was reviewed and considered by all the active council district project review committees. It did go to the Planning Commission for consideration on January 15th. That item was continued to allow time for staff to meet with a number of the smoke shop operators and hear comments from them. The summary of that meeting was included in the staff report as Exhibit F. And then on February 19th, the Fresno City Planning Commission recommended council to adopt the environmental assessment and approve the text amendment with requested modifications. And staff recommends that the City Council adopt the environmental finding and approve the text amendment. The council can, as mentioned, approve the text amendment as drafted. Alternatively, the council can approve it with recommendations or modifications to the drafted text amendment. And that concludes my presentation, and staff's available to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Now, before we go to questions by the council, we're actually going to open this up for public comment, and I do have cards. If you'd like to speak on this item, please make sure to fill out a card and bring it up here to the front, and you'll be allotted your 3 minutes to speak. So first we have Armin forgive me if I get this wrong, Barayan?
No worries. Armin Barayan.
Barayan, thank you.
Good morning, Council President and Council members. I'm the owner of the Glass Horas Distribution. We're in California. We service in 800 stores across the California, North, South, Central, and Texas, Nevada, Oregon, statewide. So I've never heard anything like this anywhere, that it is an anti-business act which is going to jeopardize a lot of hardworking families and their livelihood. I'm not saying there is no bad apple. There is. And some of them we see here, they're already closed. But going further with this CUP, I don't think it's fair. We have to find out the way that we can grandfather in the existing ones and then continue with the CUP for the new ones, or you can completely just stop distributing licenses for the smoke shop. If that's gonna say that we have too many, which is, I think it's 80 or 82 smoke shops in Fresno, basically 10 to 12 smoke shops per district. So I think with this CUP, you guys need to be a little bit fair with the business owners. Because with this one, you're gonna completely close them down. They're not gonna be able to come up with all these fees you're asking them to pay to acquire the licensing and a CUP, and then pay for annual for the visit to check them out. So another thing, this is going to affect also the city of the Fresno budget as well, which is, I've heard, that's around $7 to $8 million per year revenue. So please consider this and proceed forward. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Next we have, and forgive me if I get the name wrong, is it Aaron Galindo or Galindo? Great, thank you.
Hello, council members. Thank you for taking the time, especially during this rainy day, to make it today. I am a volunteer for the Advocates Tobacco Abstinence Coalition under the Department of Public Health, and our main mission is to protect our youth, and me being a young adult was also a part of that youth. And for me, I've been to the Planning Commission, I've been talking about this smoke shop ordinance, and for me, I see everyone's concerns not only from the youth perspective, but from the business owner perspective. And in my personal opinion, I believe that a TRL will be a much better option, because with a smoke shop ordinance is purely enforcement. Not only will it not help the connection between the people of Fresno and city council members, it won't help business owners as well. But with the TRL, it won't be pure enforcement. They will be able, business owners will be able to buy into this and buy this licensing, and will be able to fund them with programs to help them know about the rules and regulations that they're able to follow, because most of them say that they don't know any information and they're not updated about this. But with this licensing, there will be funding that they will be putting towards their education, and also be funding for the enforcement of the bad apples that they say that are being represented within their community. So I hope you guys do consider that, and also help with proximity zones, such as parks and school zones. And so this won't be as demanding as a smoke shop ordinance, but it will be a much safer and a better step towards building a connection with these business owners and helping resolve this big issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Fabian S. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you guys for having us. My name is Fabian. I am an owner of Fresno Smoke Shop. I've been there for 16 years. I got zone clearance, I got permits, I got license, I got everything. I've been there my whole life, never had a problem. I don't think it's fair to tell anybody, whether it's tobacco shops, grocery stores, gas station, farms, whatever the case may be, hey, we don't like you, we don't think it's working out, you gotta pack up and go. It's unethical, un-American, and it's not right. Look, we understand the issues, we get it. We can work together to solve the problem. We can do it, but doesn't mean you have to hurt anybody. You can put some rules and regulations that make sense that everybody can implement. The good people and some of the bad people, so get them on board to do the right thing. Let's make something together that makes sense, keep businesses open, keep people working, keep revenue coming in, keep the employees doing their thing. Don't close anybody up. Why? Since when has that been the right thing to do? How is this making Fresno pro-business when you guys are telling small businesses, hey, you guys gotta go all of a sudden? Last time it was gas stations and liquor stores, then it was massage parlors, today is tobacco shops, tomorrow what, farms, bakeries? You guys don't like them, you guys wanna shut them down? It's not the right thing to do. Look, we're here to talk. We know that there's some issues, a couple of bad actors. Everywhere you go, everybody has bad actors. We get it, we're not with them, we're against them, they're ruining our names. Let's work together, let's get something done, keep the money flowing in Fresno. Fresno needs to be pro-business. People are gonna see this, business people are gonna hear this. Nobody's gonna wanna invest in this city if the city of Fresno's not working with small businesses. Let's get Fresno going. Let's get some money going in. Let's get people working. That's what we need. Our shops are 21 and over. No kids come in. We're trying as hard as we can to meet all these new rules and regulations that are coming out from city, from state, from everywhere. We're trying. We just hope that you guys reconsider. Think about it, you guys are gonna ruin a lot of jobs, a lot of money, a lot of employees. We understand your guys' concerns. You guys are trying to do the right thing. We get it, we're with you. But please, do not shut down no people. People need their jobs. People have mortgages, this is not a game. Fresno needs to work with small businesses so investors can come in, so people can keep going, so we can grow. We shouldn't be moving backwards. Let's move forward. Give us something that makes sense. Don't shut me down after 16 years. Where am I gonna go? What do you guys want me to do? There's a lot of us that worked hard for this. Average American people that just want to do the right thing. All we want to do is work. How is that bad? How is that wrong? Why are we even talking about this? This is America. If you have a dream, you're supposed to follow it, you're supposed to do it. This is not socialism where now the government and the city is trying to tell you what to do, who's going to be in business and who isn't. Please, I urge you guys, think about it, reconsider, work with us.
All right, our next speaker will be Julio Lopez. Julio, are you still here? Okay, we're going to move on to Todd Wincoop.
Thank you, Council President, council members. I'd also like to thank the council members who spent time to either have them or their staffs talk with me after the last couple of weeks. My name is Todd Weinkup. I'm an attorney at McCormick Barstow, and we represent the California Smoke Shops Association. In the invocation today, the invocation talked about wisdom. Wisdom is not having a laudable goal alone, it's using the correct process. This process is fundamentally and fatally flawed. We submitted written recommendations to you, written comments to you regarding the likely illegality of this ordinance. The Constitution is logical. The Constitution recognizes individual rights, and those rights include not only property rights, but investment-backed expectations. Don't let city staff's language fool you. You are not going to vote to amortize smoke shops. You are going to immediately shut down at least 30 shops. And when you do that, you're going to deprive these business people of their investment-backed expectations. That deprivation violates due process. That expectation violates the Equal Protection Clause because you're only doing it to smoke shops, not the other 544 institutions. That targeting, that selectivity, that arbitrariness in and of itself violates the Constitution. The if this ordinance were to survive the inevitable constitutional challenges, federal constitutional challenges, not state constitution, the next problem you face is just when when high-speed rail comes through town, what happens? They have to grab property through eminent domain. That takings clause of the Constitution not only protects real property, but protects investment-backed expectations. So this ordinance, once you close down 30 shops, once you take away 30 people's livelihoods, once you create 30 vacancies in strip malls in the city of Fresno, once you survive the constitutional challenges that are coming, then you're going to be facing at least 30 takings cases, which will give them the value of the business you took. So if you have 30 businesses that have a net income of $1 million a year, you're looking at 30 million times a multiplier. In conclusion, wisdom is a laudable goal with a good process. This process fails that measure. A vote for this ordinance is unwise. You'd be thwarting your...
Thank you very much. Next, we have Josiah Zuniga.
Good morning. Good morning, City Council. My name is Jose Zuniga. I am here with the Fresno County Tobacco Free Coalition, and I'm also a member and resident of District 1. Today, I want to talk a little bit about why we're here to provide information on a tobacco retail license and why we think that you should really consider a TRL moving forward, especially with the current environment and conversation around a smoke shop ordinance. Over the last couple of months, I've had the pleasure of hosting a series of town hall events throughout Fresno in collaboration with the school districts and with a lot of support from the coalition. And I've been very fortunate enough to have a lot of conversations with families, students, and other residents of the community. And while we're like the coalition, many families are very appreciative that the city is considering more tobacco-related ordinance to protect our youth in our communities. A smoke shop ordinance, along with the current provisions that are in place right now, will not regulate tobacco products in a proper and adequate way that is going to protect our youth and our community from the effects of the harm of big tobacco. Now, that being said, I also want to talk about how, well, my peers today will talk a lot about different information and data that has been collected over a long time regarding smoke shops and other tobacco retailers and the effects that they've had in the community, a lot of it having to do with the density. And as you know, it was mentioned earlier during the presentation, how many of these places are located near schools. And that, of course, is a very big issue. But I also want to talk about some of the experiences that I've shared in the community and within District 1. So I live across the street from a smoke shop, and I've lived in a lot of different places. I've lived in Palmdale, Seattle. I've lived in LA and San Diego. And I've never had a neighbor who I could see face to face and know their name and wave hi, say good morning to them until I moved here to Fresno. And that neighbor is the smoke shop owner across the street. And I am by no means a valued customer there, but he's the only person I've ever had a neighbor with that I can say hi to in the morning, say good morning to. And I'm sure a lot of these smoke shop owners here today will also share some of their stories about their connection with community. And that's why I also want to talk about that moving forward. Their voices are also really important in this conversation, and to ensure that we're not working against each other, but that we're all working together to provide an environment and a community where we're protecting our youth, protecting our residents, and also protecting business parity. So that's all I wanted to share today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Baolia Zhang.
I'm going to try to read this as fast as I can. Good morning, council member, mayor, and members of the Fresno community. My name is Baolia Zhang. I'm a member of District 1. I've been here most of my life. I went to Mayfair, Fresno High, Fresno State. I now work for a nonprofit, community-based sector with the California Health Collaborative. My work is in public health, advocacy work, and educating communities about public health policies and practices. I'm very passionate about this work. It hits home. And just seeing the significant health disparities in tobacco use and exposure in communities of color, low income, youth, and that's to name a few. I have grown in my capacity to see the importance of applying public health practices in cities and addressing root causes and preventing health complications and mortality. I'd like to thank the city staff, Councilmember Arias, and the rest of the council for considering the smoke shop ordinance and all the effort that went into it. Public health funding spread thin, so I'm mostly assisting other communities, but I did not want to miss this meeting because Fresno is my home. It is my due diligence to bring in my expertise. As we all here are experts in something, public health is mine. This ordinance is a step towards protecting our community. We may move forward with this, I don't know, but I do want to take my part and educate y'all about the tobacco retail license. I know you may hear this a lot from us, but it is that one thing that we know that is evidence-based best practice, proven to reduce illegal tobacco activities. I know each community is, unique of its own, and but it's valuable to learn from each other. The city of Clovis, which is a community that I serve, the police department pushed to pass a tobacco retail licensing policy last year. This is a sustainable policy which requires retailers to pay an annual fee that goes into and fund enforcement and educate retailers. Of the 86 stores in the city of Clovis, 70 have already applied and they've had positive feedback. And so that's just all that I have to share. I still have more, but thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Abel Arevalo.
All right. Good morning, Council. My name is Abel Arevalo. I'm the co-chair of the Fresno County Tobacco-Free Coalition. I wanted to thank everyone for considering public safety concerns through the smoke shop ordinance. Just to give a bit of background, a tobacco retail licensing policy or a TRL for short, is an evidence-based practice that has been adopted in various communities throughout California that has helped reduce illegal activity and sales through tobacco products. After attending the Planning Commissioners meeting a few weeks ago and listening to the concerns of retail owners, I believe a TRL can help alleviate those issues. Unfortunately, even with the addition of the smoke shop ordinance and the current provisions under the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act, tobacco products are still not regulated in Fresno. Many tobacco retailers in the city are still selling tobacco-flavored products, for example, flavored vapes, menthol cigarettes, and flavored cigars. In the Fresno County Public Health Department's Retail Observation Report just last year, these products were available at 92% of non-smoke shops, such as liquor stores, grocery stores, and gas stations. Under state law SB 793, these are all illegal in California, and it would be up to local jurisdictions to enforce said policy. A tobacco retail license would help to ensure all tobacco retailers and enforcement officials are on the same page of what is and is not allowed to be sold in the city of Fresno, as well as state laws prohibiting certain items. This will help create an equitable landscape for small businesses and help reduce illegal activity from occurring at any tobacco retail location. We appreciate the City Council taking an active role in keeping young people and community members safe. The Fresno Tobacco-Free Coalition would appreciate the opportunity to continue collaborations with the Council in hopes that you consider incorporating TRL as part of a comprehensive solution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Mary Haskin.
Hello, City Council. I'm here today as a resident, lifelong resident, D7, living in that neighborhood since I was 10 years old. I want to speak on behalf of the neighborhoods that have been negatively impacted by a smoke shop that was selling illegal products. So while I understand this is a livelihood for people and it's putting people, giving them jobs and paying for their mortgages, as was suggested, I would like to know where these smoke shops were when my neighborhood was being attacked. The smoke shop was across the street from a firehouse, was across the street from a park, was down the street from Manchester Elementary, where children from all over town come to that school. We've asked for help from the city starting in 2020 during the pandemic for help with this park. In 2022, it started having not the typical homeless. We had some homeless as we saw through the pandemic, but the nature changed. In 2023, it got so bad that police CSOs asked us for help. We discovered that there were several tents that they were not the typical homeless. They were cooking drugs out of the park. Ms. White and Ms. Quinto can look into the financial for that particular department for landscape. They destroyed thousands and thousands of dollars of irrigation. They damaged the infrastructure in the park. And then we noticed not only were they cooking drugs out of the park, they were frequenting the smoke shop. So it's been a mess since then. In July of 2023, it became known to the neighborhood that they were selling mushrooms, and they were selling pot in a closet outside their smoke shop and doing lots of things. We brought that to the city's and PD's attention in July of 2023. We even reported it to Crime Stoppers. We did all the things that neighbors needed to do, that we educate them. And honestly, advocating for this park is what led me to the other position that I do with the city. It was recently shut down in January, and it has made a drastic difference. There's no one in the park. The kids are going to be able to play again. It got so bad that children that live in the apartments right next to it and across the street didn't want to use that park. So while I understand there's livelihood, they need to understand that your customers are damaging neighborhoods, making children scared. We had gang members follow us out of the park. We had things stolen from us, cars broken into. So my neighborhood was hugely negatively impacted by the presence of that smoke shop. And now that it's gone, we see an almost immediate positive improvement. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Mary. Next, we're going to move on to Jasmine Buenrostro.
Good morning. My name is Jasmine Buenrostro, and I'm a resident in Fresno, California, with the American Cancer Society, and a member. Thank you. And a member of the Fresno County Tobacco Free Coalition. Thank you again for your time and despite of the rain. We ask you to also consider the public health impacts of all tobacco retails and on our communities, not just smoke shops. A tobacco retail license policy, or a TRL, is an evidence-based best practice that is proven to reduce illegal activity in the jurisdictions that have adopted one, and has been adopted in over 230 jurisdictions in California. I myself, I have a 16-year-old sister. I just had a baby. My 16-year-old sister tells me that it's so easy to get tobacco at smoke shops, and she is 16 years old. So I understand there's some tobacco smoke shops that are protecting the youth, but there's also some that are not protecting the youth. I'm now a mother. I don't want my son to be exposed to that either. If he later in life wants to choose his direction in life when he's 21, that's up to him. But I want to protect the youth, which is why I'm here and advocating for, specifically the youth. Once you're over the age, you do as you wish. So in conclusion with that, the Fresno County Tobacco Free Coalition would appreciate the opportunity to continue to collaborate with councils and hopes that you consider incorporating TRL as part of a comprehensive solution. Thank you. I'm glad my baby didn't wake up.
Thank you for bringing the baby in.
Thank you so much. Okay, next we have Richard Navarro. Richard, come on up. You'll have 3 minutes. And again, if anybody else wants to speak on this item and you haven't come up, I have 2 more cards left. If you haven't submitted a card, please do submit a card. Thank you, sir.
Hi. My name is Richard Navarro. I want to thank the council president, for allowing us to come to speak on behalf of the tobacco retail licensing policy. I am a citizen of Fresno, District 2. Mike Garza is my councilman. I want to just echo what everybody else said, particularly those in the health and the county health tobacco coalition members. They were right on a lot of things. I had been a smoker for 15 years. I didn't start when I was a teenager. I started when I was already out of college and moved to Europe, and everyone in Europe smoked. So I felt pressure to join in. I feel that had I been in Europe earlier, as a teenager, I probably would have gotten it earlier. I feel the same way about this. People, especially young people, are very much influenced by their surroundings. And when you see smoke shops and tobacco retailers very accessible to you. In fact, I was listening to a show where they mentioned that in Fresno, smoke shops are much more, and tobacco retailers are much more accessible than grocery stores. That is sad. I want to thank you for all that you're doing, and I'm hoping that we are able to put in effect a tobacco retailing licensing policy. I'm a very competitive person. I lived in Los Angeles, and we always compared ourselves, or they compared themselves to us, San Francisco. I lived in Houston, and we always compared ourselves to Dallas. I now live in Fresno, and I hated it when Bakersfield put in and adopted a tobacco retailing licensing policy. And I didn't want them to be ahead of us. I wanted to be the pace setters in the Central Valley. And I hope that we will, again, you'll join us in supporting this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Eric Payne.
Good evening, Council. Eric Payne, Executive Director of the Central Valley Urban Institute. We represent the interests of low-income communities across the Central Valley. Our headquarters is in Councilmember Maxwell's district, but I am a resident of District 3, Councilmember Arias, who I did submit a letter for your review and consideration leading up to this hearing. Thank you, President Carbasi, for agendizing this with your colleagues, and to the City Manager's Office and to City staff for the presentation outlining some of the deep concerns that we've experienced in relatively working in some of our most impacted and disenfranchised neighborhoods. The long-term impacts that we've seen, as I do sit on the board for, in partnership with Youth Leadership Institute and their Tobacco Coalition, but this has been a long time coming to lead up to this hearing, years as a matter of fact, because what we were seeing was not just the impacts of their everyday business, but also the impacts of the illegal business that they were operating within these smoke shops, the use and sale of firearms, of marijuana, and other things that really impact the quality of a neighborhood. And I think this ordinance is fully in line with what I often hear from City Council about making our neighborhoods safer, stronger, and more vibrant. This is something that we've seen from other communities in our region and jurisdiction where they've taken the leadership to mitigate these long-term issues. And I hope that you will continue to support our efforts in improving the quality of life across Fresno and in these communities that we work and serve. We stand in strong support of this ordinance, and we look forward to an aye vote. Thank you.
Okay. So this is the last card. I believe there's one more coming up, but again, if you'd like to speak on this item, please do submit a card. The last card I have right now is Sam Asuman, and forgive me if I got your last name wrong.
Good morning, council members, City of Fresno residents. Okay, our issue again is going to be the same, down a little bit. The same thing we've been talking about since, the month's coming. Again, if you shut down the smoke shops, meaning like the loss of, if we go to shut down the smoke shops, we're going to be shutting down the loss of dozens, if not hundreds of jobs already established in the community. Roughly about 200 jobs, just giving you guys a rough number. And on top of that, the people we employ will have a hard time trying to find a new job, and then their families, it's like a whole pyramid effect of daycares and people they pay to take their kids back and forth to school, or the whole trifecta effect of it. Many of them won't be able to afford moving forward because most of them are the sole provider for that, income as well. Their wives don't work or their husbands don't work, and we employ, everybody gets employed with us. Again, then you're talking about a loss of payroll. You're talking about $1.9 million a year just in payroll taxes that we pay. At least $1.9 million in payroll taxes, $4 to $6 million in sales tax that we pay yearly. Proven facts too. Many of these businesses were built from the ground up from hard-working, law-abiding citizens, entrepreneurs who got it through savings they saved or inheritance they gathered up to start these businesses from scratch. Legal, conforming businesses. Regardless of the fact of that he say there might be some of this that was not allowed to be sold or this is allowed to be sold, that's just a fact between us and you guys or us and the city going back and forth on what is allowed, what isn't allowed. We want to come to an agreement and a compromise with the city and the council members. We are part of Fresno. We want to do business in Fresno. We're not trying to go against the city. We're for the community, for the kids, for the environment in general. We know all of our customers on a first-name basis. They even come to us when they have a bill due. Can you help us pay this bill? Can we borrow money until payday? This is people in our community as well. It's not just, like we do our job and go home. No, we're part of the community, 16 years and counting. Everybody is part of their own community, 16 years and counting. On top of that, what I fear the most is the black market growth. You shut down smoke shops that are already conforming legally, abiding by the law. You shut them down 100%, you will create a black market. Same thing that happened with vapes. When the state banned vaping, flavored vaping, it created a black market that we've seen and hear about on Snapchat, TikTok, everywhere. Everybody sees it. And that's the whole, proven effect that's going to happen. It's a bigger black market effect of your kids or your adults going somewhere to the alleys or who knows where they're going based on because the stores are shut down now. We can't get our access to the grandpa comes in for his pack of cigarettes or whatever it is. An adult has a choice to choose what they want to buy as an adult.
Great, thank you very much. I have one more card left, Jaspir Sarai. And you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Jasveer Sarai, and I live in 9667 North Wiley Court, Fresno, California. And I want to opposition this bill you guys brought out to closing the smoke shop. I'm with you guys. If someone doing something wrong, illegal activity, that is city council and the state, they could stop that. And we already have so many state law. If we can just follow those laws instead of putting additional law on the smoke shop, there's already state laws on the tobacco smoke shop and whoever sell any cigarette or anything. So we just follow those rules. I think that will help the city. And I brought this up, issuing a license to the smoke shop to our council member Miguel Arian back 2019 when he wants to close 75% of a liquor store. And I had to sit with him and we talk about it. And I told him we need to stop issuing cigarette license. And he told me I will look into. And I guess it took him 4 years to look into why we are issuing so many smoke shop license. If the city made a mistake, they issue so many smoke shop license. And now you want to give the punishment of the poor people who support their family, they work in the store, they work 10, 12 hours a day, and they feed their family, and also they have to send their kids in college and school, and now you want them to become homeless if you want to close their smoke shop. I'm 100% opposite to this. I don't want any close any smoke shop, but we can make a rule and regulation. If someone doing illegal activity like a gambling or selling a illegal drug, of course, that's our job to close them. but not these people who work 18 hours, 16 hours, 14 hours a day and take care of their family. Thank you.
Okay, one more card from Hussein Alfara.
Hello, everyone. It's been a long morning. I mean, I think we've been here since about 8 o'clock. And one thing I wanted to say is there's so many smoke shops. I mean, you guys say there's so many smoke shops. Well, 2 weeks ago, I can go open 4 business licenses as a smoke shop. I mean, we've been fighting with this for a couple of years now, but you guys still have it open where somebody can just go purchase 4 different businesses and inflate that number from 80 to 100, 120. But a lot of us here have been here for 14, 15 years. We didn't wake up one day and say, hey, there's a great area where I want to go open a smoke shop and sell weed and have guns and have whatever we see on the wall. All these people here are here for a reason because we're not associated with those people. Those people are gone. You drive by these old locations and they're not there no more. They're gone. They got scared and they left. Us people have been here for 15 years. I actually have a business partner where he's looking into doing something different because the city is shutting us down and he can't make a living and an income. 8 years he dedicated to being in the smoke shop business or the tobacco business or, selling T-shirts and business in Fresno, and where a day later he's like, wow, I got to look for something to do. City of Fresno is shutting us down. We're not all bad people. Probably 1/3 of us are not, not bad as these people that were on the list and are gone. A lot of code enforcements go into our businesses, regular hours. Why don't code enforcement go into the businesses at 10, 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning that are open, but they know the city is asleep and doesn't know what's going on. But us honest people are getting shut down, but the people that are open at 1, 2, 3 in the morning are not getting shut down because the city is asleep and not paying attention to them. So we just want it to be fair for us. 13, 14, 15 years, all these people have been here 15 years doing the same thing. We can't just look for something else to do. It's late in our lives to be doing that. And that's all we wanted to say. We're not all bad people. And hopefully, we get, grandfathered in where us businesses that have been legit are good, keep going. The new people that woke up this morning and say, I want to go open a smoke shop. They don't know nothing about the business. And they're not in for the business because they would have been in the business years ago, not right when it's shutting down and there's a gray area and I want to be open at 1, 2, 3 in the morning because nobody's going to know. Code enforcement is going on at 10, 11, 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Just wanted to be consistent. That's all we wanted to say.
Great. Any more for public comment on this item? This is your last opportunity. Okay, there being none, I'm going to close the hearing. We're going to bring this back to the council. So at this time, I'm going to first hear from the sponsors. So we're going to start with Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. City Clerk, do you have their presentation? You can pull up. I want to be very thoughtful in this presentation, Council President and my council colleagues and the public. We're not taking on this task lightly. More than 2 years ago, when we initiated this process, we sat down with the stakeholders, many of them in this room, and told them of the ongoing problems with the industry in our city and informed them that the vast majority were engaging in illegal sales of products and were leading to calls for service and blighting neighborhoods. And we further told them that we were going to initiate a policy to regulate smoke shops like we regulate alcohol distributors and cannabis distributors with conditional use permits, as well as to launch an inspection program with the Attorney General, the Police Department, and Code Enforcement. That was more than 2 years ago. We gave them significant amount of notice that this needed to be addressed, and we're going to proceed in that process. Since then, if you can go to the first slide, City Clerk, our City Code Enforcement, in partnership with the Attorney General and the Police Department, have inspected a lot of smoke shops in the city of Fresno. 95% of them were engaging in selling illegal tobacco products, which they knew was illegal for them to sell. 80% of them that were inspected were selling illegal cannabis. A lot of them were selling illegal products to teens and students and minors. Some of them were engaging in gambling inside their establishments with false walls. Some of them were caught with guns and assault weapons. Some of them were being operated by validated gang members. And a lot of them were leading to significant calls for service in the police department, more than 1,000 calls for service. The results of the inspections that took place over the last year validated what we had heard from the neighborhoods, that these establishments that were engaging in illegal sales of products were attracting the criminal element and increasing crime in the area. If you can go to the next slide. So the council, my council colleagues, and the co-sponsors of this regulation took it upon ourselves to develop a draft ordinance. We put it out more than a year ago. We got feedback from stakeholders, external stakeholders. We heard them. We made some modifications. Some of them were suggesting that there was a lot more good actors than we had identified for regulated licenses. So we increased the number from 2 per council district to 7 per council district. Others suggested that we should define an egregious violation to be clear that if you sell to a minor, if you engage in human trafficking, in gambling, and in cannabis sales, then you would automatically lose your license. We would not have to chase you down for 2.5 years to get you to comply. So we made modifications to that. And some folks indicated that they wanted to be treated fairly. And that's what this proposal does. Convenience stores, gas stations, cannabis retailers, all are required to have a conditional use permit. The same regulations, if you can proceed, City Clerk, that we have outlined in this proposal. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. All those apply to folks who sell tobacco and alcohol. So if you're the CVS, if you're Costco, if you're Walmart, if you're Chevron, you have to apply with all the regulations that we're outlining here for this industry as well. Because they're selling a controlled substance in our community, and we should have additional protections and expectations for them to follow the rules. Here is the current locations of the identified smoke shops. And I say identify because most of them that we found don't have a business license or are not registered with the city. We have had to drive to identify these smoke shops that pop up overnight. As you can see, they're across the city. Next slide. These are the smoke shops that have been caught selling marijuana illegally. And don't you dare tell me that you don't know selling marijuana is illegal when you're not a licensed retailer. Everybody knows that you cannot sell marijuana from your store if you're not a licensed retailer and have a license. And it's been suggested that somehow addressing these shops are going to reduce revenue. As a matter of fact, the city is losing revenue because the illegal cannabis shops that do pay taxes are losing business to smoke shops who are selling cannabis, cash, without registering or paying taxes on the cannabis sale. Next slide, please. These are the locations that have been caught with guns and assault weapons in their establishments. This isn't we're saying things are a problem. This is based on evidence, inspections, a lot of work from the State Attorney General's office, the police department, and code enforcement, a lot of resources. Next slide, please. And for those who don't believe that there's enough places to buy tobacco in the city, the blue icons show you that there's plenty of places to buy tobacco in the city. There's plenty of Walmarts and Costco's and Chevrons and grocery stores where you can buy tobacco if you're 21 and over. And for the advocates that we've heard them, you'd like us to regulate them too, but they are not the source of the illegal product sales. They are not the source of selling to minors. It's not Costco, it's not Walmart, and they're already regulated. As I indicated, you have to have a conditional use permit when you sell alcohol. So the pharmacies and the gas stations and the grocery stores that sell alcohol have a conditional use permit. They have operating hours, they have rules. They put their license at risk if they don't follow the rules. Next slide, please. Here's a timeline from implementation. We've been thoughtful that those who are operating legally, and I recognize that there are some who are following the rules, they will be given time. Even those who, are within the vicinity of the school will be given time. Next slide. Next slide, please. I've also was disheartened. In the Planning Commission, there was quite a bit of people giving testimony, asking us to go after the bad actors and leave the good actors alone, suggesting that some folks have not done anything wrong. And we've been intentional about that. So we went through those who spoke publicly and suggested that their establishments have done nothing wrong and pulled the inspection records. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. These are all establishments that have been caught selling illegal cannabis when they know that that wasn't right or the law. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. And to conclude this, I want to call out a couple of other things. This last month, I've done ride-alongs with the graveyard shift of the two districts, police districts, precincts that represent my area, Central and Southwest. And the police, because of the thousands of police calls for service, have also indicated that these operations have become a significant public safety hazard after hours. Very few good things happen in any city after 2 a.m. Nothing really good happens after 2 a.m. in these establishments that are engaging in the sale of illegal products and are engaging in gambling operations and human trafficking. And I got to see firsthand how those establishments are operating after hours. The last thing I'd point out is, since we announced and initiated this process 2 years ago, we've now gotten the support of Clovis Unified. Their trustee, Clinton Olivier, was going to speak today, but had to leave on emergency. When we shut down a smoke shop in Pinedale, they testified that 90% of all the crime in the area went away. It's taken me 2 years to shut down a smoke shop on Olive, on Belmont and Van Ness. 2 years of police calls, code enforcement calls and inspections, Attorney General resources, and nothing precludes them from opening back up the next day because our current rules do not have any rules for smoke shops. And that's what's important for us, to define what a smoke shop is, to establish regulations that are similar to other businesses that sell controlled substance, that ensure that minors are not walking to these stores and buying THC vape pens, that they're not buying flavored tobacco, which is against the law. So we believe that we've been able to produce a balanced approach. If you look at our neighbors don't have these issues because they don't allow smoke shops, period. We've been thoughtful to balance out the need for small business to operate with rules that are consistent with other similar businesses and industries, while having very clear definitions for them to operate. So I want to simply end with this. It is my intention as a council member to leave my neighborhood in a better condition than I found it. In 2019, when I started this position, I had 2 smoke shops. Then we had 47 smoke shops. The industry has told us there's a lot of people not following the rules, as evidenced by all the inspections. We are being thoughtful to do this in a way that supports and allows good businesses and good operators to operate, while giving us the tools and the authority to close down the shops and deal with the saturation of these operations. So with that, council, I will make a motion to approve this item with the following amendments that have been identified. So the motion is to approve with the changes to the text amendment, which are consistent with findings number 2, to promote and protect the public health and safety of the city, It would add a $500 fine for each individual prohibited item during an inspection to the table under FMC Section 15-2761H. It would add a provision that smoke shops, which were found to have been involved in illegal activities through the Cannabis Administrative Prosecutor Program, CAP, are prohibited from opening a smoke shop under the text amendment to FMC Section 15-2761D. That will ensure that the good actors are get a license and the bad actors are not allowed to get one. And lastly, that we add a provision vesting the code enforcement officers and the police department with the authority to seize and destroy any illegal flavored tobacco should it be found during an inspection of, in violation of the tobacco retail, FMC Section 15-2761G12D. That's my motion to approve.
Second. Okay, well, we're going to continue on with discussion. So next, among the sponsors, I have Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I want to thank my council colleagues who are co-sponsors on this item for their hard work. I want to thank everyone, both internal to the city, as well as all the external stakeholders for their input throughout the last months and years. Folks from both sides who I think we heard speak and during public comments, and obviously some want more, some want less, but we've settled on, as the co-sponsors have settled on this specific set of language that ultimately will not eliminate smoke shops, but limits the number within the city, within each district in particular. And when you take a look at the language for this ordinance, it's less about the regulation of tobacco. I mean, we've left that largely to the state, and there are adequate protections at the state level. This is really about the enforcement and about the placement of where this all takes place. It's really about the strengthening and the beautification of our neighborhoods within our districts, particularly in districts like mine, where I have District 7 has the highest saturation of smoke shops throughout the city. This is not the first time this has been done in California. There are several other cities, including San Jose and Sacramento, that have similar provisions that govern smoke shops. I know a lot of folks have asked about why, and there's some confusion as to why this specific set of language and why do we have to establish a conditional use permit process. And the answer to that is that we really don't have a baseline to start from. We don't, and that's why we've been able to see the proliferation of smoke shops over the last 4, 5, 6, maybe even 7 years throughout the city. It's just really gone completely unabated and unregulated. And so this legislation, I think, tackles that in an effective manner, still provides opportunities for folks to come back, get a conditional use permit, and continue operating in good faith, as the ones who have been doing will plan to, while cleaning up our neighborhoods. We heard some testimonials from different folks who, whether they are folks in a business corridor that share space with smoke shops when they've gone away and things improve in that vicinity, and we heard from some neighbors here. Testimonials about how when one of the bad smoke shops was shut down, how that really improved the neighborhood and in her vicinity. And so, we've seen kind of the anecdotal evidence. We have a lot of data collected from the raid efforts, the enforcement efforts that were funded by the California DOJ. So we appreciate their efforts and their resources, and our city folks, code enforcement, city attorney, PD, for the work they've done to go in and do the best they can to enforce the existing set of rules. But even as we've done that the last couple of years, folks, despite the confiscations of these items and enforcing, some of the shops continue to operate, and that's simply due to a lack of kind of baseline regulation. And that's what we're going to establish here today to ensure that the good actors do get the opportunity to continue doing business, and that the ones who are engaging in illicit activities no longer have that opportunity as well. And so I encourage my council colleagues to support this. I mean, this is really kind of a grassroots effort, an effort that's supported by neighbors, by the school districts, by the Chamber of Commerce, by many, many folks. It's really good for our city overall, and it's got a lot of support behind it. So I implore my council colleagues to consider, and look forward to hearing from them as well. Thank you.
Great. Next, we have the last sponsor speaking, which is Councilmember Perea.
Thank you, Council President. I do want to start by, there was something that I heard from an audience member that I just wanted to get clarification on from the city manager. City manager, somebody mentioned that this industry produces about $8 million in sales tax revenue. Can you clarify that? Is that true?
No. In order for them to generate $7 to $8 million in sales tax revenue, they would have to generate $700 to $800 million in taxable sales. And there's no way, we can't talk specifically by each sales tax generator, but what I can tell you that as in total, we have information, confidential information on the top 100 sales tax generators in our city. And our number one sales tax generator in the city generates under 200 million in taxable sales. So if they were generating 700 to 800 million in taxable sales, they would be the number one tax generator. So the correlation is, if it, Ruthie simplified it for me, add 2 zeros. So if you're 7 to 8 million in sales tax generation, add 2 zeros, and that's how much in taxable sales you'd have to have. So there's no way that, I haven't looked up each individual, but just looking at our reports, there's no way that kind of sales tax revenue can be generated.
Do we have the ability to look at each business's records to see what they are generating and what they are reporting?
So we can look at two things. We can look at what they have filed for business tax, and on their business tax, assuming they have a business tax certificate, they have to report quarterly their gross sales. And so we can look at business tax, and then on our sales tax, all sales tax information gets reported to the state. And we have a consultant that provides us a report. It's my understanding, I think we could get a report by the business code. There are codes that are assigned to each business type that we could ask our consultant to dig into those specific codes of how the businesses report their sales to the state. We don't have that right now, but I can tell you that information likely would be confidential. There are very strict rules on how information can be presented publicly, because what is submitted to the state are sort of like trade secrets, for competitive reasons. You can't tell everybody what each business is making, but we internally would be able to look at that information and get that report.
Got it, thank you. And then only those who have a business license are paying taxes, correct?
That is correct. Everybody is required to have a business tax certificate, and they, as part of that, they have quarterly filings that they pay their business tax.
Got it. Thank you, City Manager.
Mm-hmm.
For me, folks, this ordinance is about regulating an industry that does not legally exist today. And so I've heard a lot of comments about how we're just annihilating this entire industry, and that's simply not the case. We are setting up the framework to allow for smoke shops to continue to operate in our city. And I do want to be candid about this ordinance. When it was originally introduced, when we had originally drafted it, it was a lot more strict than what it is today. And so I personally want to thank those smoke shop owners who took the time to sit down with me and my staff. You did provide good feedback, and a lot of that was incorporated into this final document. And so What we have today is a culmination of a lot of comments that we did receive. And that's not to say we took every last comment and incorporated it in, but we did take a lot of feedback. This process has been drawn out for several years now, I believe. And so that's, in essence, how we got to where we are today. Now, I've heard a lot of comments about this is a very unbusiness-friendly ordinance. I'll say pretty straightforward, I would like to think that I'm one of the most business-friendly council members up here. And I will make the argument that this bill is business-friendly. When you have a bad apple type of business, what does that do? It brings down the integrity of all the businesses around it. Many of you talked a lot about bad apples within your own industry. And we as a council have a duty to solve that problem, to get rid of the bad apples, which is what you all are asking us to do today. But what we're not doing is shutting down this industry. I want to state that very clearly for the record. I do believe that everyone in this audience, not everyone, but most everyone in this audience, you guys are good actors. You guys are good apples. And I feel confidently that many of you will get CUPs at the end of the day, if what you're saying is true. And if you are one of the businesses that does get a CUP, you're going to thrive. Because think of all the other businesses, think of all the other bad apples that we're going to be shutting down. So if you are one of the lucky businesses to get a CUP, you're going to look at this as a very business-friendly ordinance to you. You're going to thrive. It's as plain as simple as that. Speaking of a business-friendly ordinance, we did get full support from the Fresno Chamber of Commerce, who is very thoughtful when they put their name on a piece of legislation. And so I want to thank the Chamber of Commerce. I want to thank the school districts that took the time to offer letters of support. I'd like to thank the American Heart Association and everyone who did speak in either support or opposition of this ordinance, because it did provide good insight as to the present day ordinance as it is today. There is always opportunities in the future to amend this ordinance. Always opportunities. There may be unintended consequences that come from this that we may not realize today. So we're going to have to put this into action, and from there decide if there is continued room for improvement for this ordinance. But here today, I am proud to regulate, to set standards for this industry so that we can have legal operated smoke shops in our city of Fresno. As my council colleague said, this ordinance originally started with just 2 per council district. We have increased that to 7, is that the final number? 7 per district. That's more than what we allowed for cannabis dispensaries. So if anything, we are being more lenient for smoke shops than we were for cannabis dispensaries. So with that being said, I am one of the main co-sponsors to this item. I will continue to listen to you guys as this ordinance does take effect, as you see how it is being implemented. I will continue to take your calls and meetings, or my staff will. So again, thank you all for being here today. And I do look forward to my fellow colleagues hopefully standing in solidarity with all of us here today to pass this ordinance. Thanks.
Right, next punched up is Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President Carbasi. And I do want to thank the sponsors who brought this forward today, too. I know you guys put a lot of time and energy into crafting a very well thought out ordinance to address a very real issue that I think is a little bit more predominant in some of your districts than others, and you're probably feeling some of that consternation more than some of us other council districts. And I do appreciate the fact that some of my colleagues do have a much higher concentration of smoke shops in their districts with high calls for service and in locations that are not really suitable. Part of what we do as a city is we do responsible planning. We don't put harmful industries next to sensitive use areas. And I don't know if CMAC is able to get a close-up of this right here, but it shows where the concentration of smoke shops are. And I see that, Councilmember Esparza has by far the highest concentration of that, with districts 1 and 3 being up there as well. And so they're feeling this problem a lot more than folks like I am in District 4. Not that we're not feeling it at all, but I recognize that they're feeling this problem a lot more heavily. And I do recognize there are bad actors in the industry. They're acting illegally or irresponsibly or both. And so I wanted to ask a couple questions to the city attorney's office. How many of these smoke shops has your office had a hand in closing down since you've started?
14 since we started the program with the Attorney General.
And can you kind of speak to the nature of what caused those closures?
A variety of violations, everything from basic code violations to weapons, firearms, illegal gambling, people congregating outside. And in these circumstances, we issued fines to the property owner. Many of these smoke shops are people who lease from other people. And so we put pressure on the property owners to get their folks into compliance. And what we've seen in most of these 14 instances was the property owner being responsible and going in and shutting down the bad actors, given our pressure.
So a host of issues that have led to these closures, and primarily through working through the property owners or property management, you've been able to terminate the agreements that they had with these business owners and essentially their licenses as well.
That's correct.
So I saw on the map that Councilmember Arias presented, there was a lot of smoke shops selling cannabis. Now, is this marijuana they're selling, or is this CBD products that they're selling?
It's the primarily it's cannabis that we're finding, and many of the products that we're seeing too are geared and targeted towards underage folks.
What's the quickest turnaround time from when you identified a bad operator to when you were able to get their license revoked?
So like any other code enforcement action that we take, we have an initial inspection where we issue a notice and a warning, and then we schedule a reinspection. How many days out? 18? About 18 days out.
Okay.
So, and it's frustrating when, I'm not going to be biased on this, but it is frustrating for us to send our code enforcement officers out and then for them to have to come back in 18 days and see the same violations. And so that's what we're seeing.
Understandable. How many personnel do you have assigned to enforce against these bad actors in the industry?
Are you just talking about city attorney, or are you talking, because this is a joint effort between PD.
City employees under your jurisdiction.
Under my jurisdiction? It's a 5-man team.
5-man team. Is that enough?
No.
Okay, so I've heard a lot of good points from my colleagues today, and I'm definitely sympathetic to what they're saying. I think there are bad things going on with some of these smoke shops. I don't think every smoke shop out there is doing things by the books. I think that's abundantly clear, as we've heard from my colleagues, as we've heard from the city attorney's office. And so I can see myself supporting a very similar version of this ordinance. It's going to be difficult for me to support it as is currently written, as I think it throws the baby out with the bathwater. I think in an attempt to get rid of the bad actors, we're going to potentially jeopardize the businesses and livelihoods of the good actors who have been doing this for a long time, by the books, don't have any violations, but are now in jeopardy of losing all of that, somewhat arbitrarily, in my opinion. Question for the sponsor, co-sponsor. Is it true this ordinance as written would ban nitrous oxide at the smoke shops?
City Attorney, can you address the question?
You want to come up?
I'm getting a verbal confirmation, which is all I needed.
Okay. That's a yes.
I appreciate it. That I can support. For the general public that doesn't know about nitrous oxide, it's a gas. It's predominantly meant to be used for culinary industry, medical industry. It's allowed to be sold for those purposes, and I think some smoke shops sell it with a wink and a nod. We're selling it for culinary purposes, but we all know it's not being used for culinary purposes when it's sold out of a smoke shop. And is it true that this ordinance as written would ban the sale of cannabinoid products at these smoke shops? I'm getting a
Correct.
verbal confirmation from our attorneys. That I probably could not support. I'm not sure why we would allow these products to be sold in certain industries, our cannabis industry here, and not allow it to be sold by others. It seems like it would hand over a monopoly to the cannabis industry when these folks have been selling it for a much longer period of time than the cannabis industry has even been sanctioned to operate within the city of Fresno limits. So I look forward to supporting, if you're open to it, co-sponsors, a slightly amended version of this ordinance. I think I support about 90% of it, including some of those amendments you discussed earlier, Councilmember Arias, to go against some of the current bad actors. But I would be in favor of an amended version that allows the continued use or the continued sale of the cannabinoid products. That's kind of vaguely defined in this language. It's hard to tell exactly what counts as cannabinoid products and what doesn't. Look forward to a clear definition, but as it's written now, I would be okay with the smoke shops continue to being able to sell that. The grandfathering of the current smoke shops and requiring the new smoke shops and the transfer of the smoke shop licenses to be subject to the 1,000-foot buffer zone to the other smoke shops, to sensitive use areas, requiring the CUP for all the new smoke shops that would come about. And I just want to kind of share my thought process behind that, and I get where you guys are coming from. I have a friend who we've been, best friends since 7th grade. His parents own a shop, albeit it's not in the city of Fresno, and they don't exclusively sell tobacco. They sell other things at their shop as well, but they sell a lot of tobacco products. His parents are from another country. The two parents work at this store every single day. They've probably never had a sick day. They go in every single day, and we're able to put my friend through college. He's now a doctor. He's been able to make a really good life for himself. He's a doctor here in the Central Valley. He was able to buy a home here in Fresno, and I've seen that with a lot of other folks too. And so, again, I know these are not exactly the folks that you're targeting with this policy, but I could see similarities with some of the other folks that came in to speak today talking about their livelihoods and raising a family. I think it would be unfair to arbitrarily take that away from a lot of folks who depend on that revenue. I believe that requiring these future smoke shops to have these buffers and the CUPs will inherently help with the over concentration of smoke shops in certain parts of town without requiring an arbitrary ceiling on how many are allowed per district. I heard the number floated around as 7. I don't know what the numbers will end up as, but I think if we require the future shops to have a sensitive use buffer, to have a CUP, that will start to naturally see that thinning out of that concentration of smoke shops in certain parts of town. And this in conjunction with some data that I received from the city of Fresno. Most tobacco licenses close or expire within an average of 3 years. That tells me that we will see the results we are looking for very soon with my amended language, given the life cycle of the average smoke shop here in the city of Fresno. I would also be open, if the budget allows, to grant another position to the city attorney's office to enforce on the bad actors going forward. And I get that we have some bad actors currently that can be difficult to enforce upon. And so I liked some of the language Councilmember Arias proposed. And Councilmember Arias, I would be supportive if you wanted to bring some language forward even earlier. You talked about fines for prohibited items, smoke shops, illegally selling products would be prohibited from future licenses, code seizing and destroying illegal tobacco. I support all that stuff, and I would be supportive. If you'd be willing to come back, revisit this conversation with some of those amendments, I can support it. But if you wanted to bring some of these other things in the meantime to start enforcing against some of the current bad actors, I could be in favor of that too, as well as additional position. And so I want to deliver a win for my colleagues who are dealing with this issue a lot more frequently than I am. I think we could all admit there's some bad actors out there and it's causing a real problem. I think we need some more enforcement mechanisms. I don't think requiring them to pay $15,000 for a CUP or arbitrarily having them apply to keep their business going is the right solution. I'm not in support of that, but I am in support of an amended version which I think addresses all of those concerns. And so that's where I stand now. Thank you, Council President.
Council President, if I could address a couple of the questions by the
Well, I
member.
want to give the other council members a chance to speak, if that's okay. Unless you wanted to talk about the amendments he's suggesting. Yes, please. Go ahead, Council Vice President.
So, Council President, just want to make sure I'm clear on the cannabinoids.
We got you.
However you pronounce that in English. Is that, I'm not familiar with the product, is that a cannabis THC product or is that a non-THC cannabis
Council
product?
President, if I may, I can elaborate a little bit on that.
Okay, we have an expert witness.
Are you an expert witness or do we?
So I'm not a...
Hold on, please. Please.
Is this not?
We'll allow the council member to speak.
I'm not a fan or a user of any of these products, given my current status in the military, but having run a substance abuse counseling program, I am very familiar with these. So the difference in the cannabis plant, there are two primary active chemicals. One is known as THC, that's tetrahydrocannabinol. That chemical is the intoxicant. This comes in multiple varietals, but this is the ingredient itself that actually gives that high or that buzz. The second active ingredient is known as just cannabinol. And what cannabinol, or CBD, does is this is more the medicinal properties that don't have any intoxicant properties. The federally accepted standard is any cannabis product that contains less than a 0.3% concentration of THC, the intoxicant, is legal for sales. You'll find these things in oils and whatnot.
So it's basically the primary product and what you would find in a CBD lotion that people get for arthritis purposes.
It would be essentially the difference in a cigarette between the paper and the tobacco leaf.
Okay, thank you. And City Attorney, my understanding is if we were to, City Attorney, yes, we're all trying to, this is democracy in action, so a lot of multiple conversations. My understanding today's item is, in terms of procedure, it's an introduction. If we were to amend the item, the text amendment, to allow CBD, or the longer term legal description of it, that wouldn't have to restart the process because we are being less restrictive, not more restrictive from the proposed ordinance, correct?
That is generally correct, although I would advise that we should take it back to planning just to play it safe.
Okay. Yeah, so, okay, so as one of the co-sponsors, I'm willing to allow for the amendment to allow for CBD. That hasn't been the issue for our neighborhoods. It's not the acquisition of CBD, it's the cannabis sales that's a problem. So if Member Maxwell would like us to consider that, I'm willing to incorporate that to the proposal to allow for the cannabinoids to be sold in the definition of a smoke shop. Is that your will?
That was one of my requested changes, right?
Okay.
It was to allow the continued use, the continued sale of the cannabinoid products as defined. The other two related to the existing versus the future shops.
And we were thoughtful in trying to ensure that if there's 20 good operators that are in good standing in District 3 or District 2 or wherever, that ceiling of 7, the cap of 7, would be allowed to increase with a simple resolution brought forward by the council member of the area and adopted by the council. So the 49 proposed cap in this ordinance is not a hard cap. It would be adjustable based on the council members, the council member from that area requesting that it be raised. So technically it could be raised to 150 or 200 if that's the will of the council member for the area. So the ordinance does allow that flexibility.
And I could tell you from a political standpoint, I don't want to be the one that's in a position to have to champion every single tobacco store that wants to do business in District 4. There's a process we have in place, lets them go through the administration. Tyler Maxwell got a lot of things going on in his district, doesn't need to be championing every new tobacco store or smoke shop that wants to go up in District 4.
Understood.
That's how I feel.
Just want to be clear that the ordinance allows for increased amounts of establishments, if so proposed by the council member of that area. Those are all my answers to his questions.
So the other amendments, just to be clear, that was suggested by the council member are not being incorporated at this time?
Remind me where are the others?
So I'd like to revisit this, Councilmember Arias, where we are requiring the future smoke shops, whether through a new license or a transfer, to be bound by the sensitive use proximity, 1,000 feet, to sensitive use locations or other smoke shops, as well as requiring them to get a CUP, but grandfathering in the current folks.
Sure.
Again, the average lifespan that I'm seeing is within 2 to 3 years. A lot of these folks are selling their businesses, they're moving, whatever the reason, 2 to 3 years. Most licenses are expired or closed out. And so I think we'll see that natural attrition rate happen very soon as things stand.
Just from my perspective, for me, the sensitive use is important. The same sensitive use restrictions apply for those selling alcohol and those selling cannabis. And so what I don't want to see is a council member not be able to, or a neighborhood not be able to say no to a cannabis shop next to an elementary school or next to a park. I mean, not a cannabis shop, but smoke shop. So smoke shops are directed for adults, and I want to be sensitive of protecting sensitive use areas like parks, schools, and daycares from an adult-driven industry.
Yeah, I get it. This is kind of my first chance publicly to kind of give feedback on this ordinance, and so I do see myself supporting something very close to what you're getting. If you're willing to revisit it with some of these changes I'm expressing, which I think addresses most of the issues, maybe not every single one you've brought forward, you would have my support on that. Yeah.
So we're going to go to Councilman Richardson, please, and then I'd like to comment, and then we'll go back to the sponsors, unless there's something you wanted to add about an amendment.
I just had one question to Councilmember Maxwell's amendment. Councilmember, are you requesting to update the ordinance to grandfather in the existing 80 some odd?
82.
82? You would like to grandfather in 82 smoke shops?
Correct.
Okay.
Those that are in violation, again, Councilmember Arias, if we want to take a stab at putting together a policy at addressing some of those folks that are not operating legally or responsibly, you mentioned some things before about fines for prohibited items, smoke shops prohibited from getting licenses in the future, seizing and destroying illegal tobacco and illegal products. I would support that in the meantime if we need some additional enforcement tools for the bad actors that may be existing currently. As well as additional positions for the city attorney's office.
My only hesitation, and the city attorney can correct me, is the current enforcement team grant funded?
There is a CAP team and there is a smoke shop team. The smoke shop team is grant funded.
Okay, thank you. My only concern, council member, is that by giving a blanket grandfather to existing operators, we would be giving a license to operate to those who are clearly engaging in illegal product sales, gambling shops, gun trades.
Well, they already have a license, correct?
No, they have some of them have a business license. Some of them have business license, but we would be giving the green light to continue operating when they already have a history of violating the law.
Well, some of these policies you proposed, I'm in favor of, that would help us enforce against some of that illegal activity, as well as beefing up our code enforcement branch so we have more bodies out there going against the bad actors.
So, as proposed, with the amendments, it would currently not allow those who have been caught engaging in illegal sales and committing crimes not to get a license. So are you proposing that we remove that?
Can you repeat that? I'm not following.
The ordinance as proposed would not allow those who have been caught by the CAP, Code Enforcement, Police Department, Attorney General team of engaging in illegal drug sales, gambling, human trafficking, they would not be allowed to apply for a permit to operate as a smoke shop going forward, because we already have a documented history of them engaging
Yeah,
in
I think if we have a
criminal activity.
documented history of folks not acting responsibly or legally, and we have that precedent, then I'm open to include in that language to where they cannot operate going forward as well.
I appreciate the clarity. I'm okay with grandfathering those, and some of them spoke today, that are good actors and have no violations and have not done anything wrong. I'm supportive of including those in grandfather. I just don't want to give that a blanket immunity to those who have a documented history of
I think
criminal
the ones that
activity.
have a documented history is where we focus our efforts of our code enforcement and our police department. And if we have to grant additional positions to do that, I'd be willing to do that if we could find money in the budget. I think those are the first folks that we go after and we keep our eye on. And if they have to get closed down, they get closed down. But the rules are very clear, and if they don't want to follow them, they won't be doing business in the city of Fresno.
Yeah, Council Vice President, if I could,
I'm so sorry. Councilman Richardson has been really, really patient, and I think he has things he wants to say. Is it okay if we come back? Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
There you go. All right. To those, the business owners specifically who've shown up today to speak to us, Parcel, Shnora Kalachun, Marhaban, Shukran, and Ramadan Mubarak, and Sasrikal and both Danwad. Thank you all for coming out today. There was some talk earlier about luck, being lucky to get the CUP. Growing up in my house, my mom would flick my ear if I talked about luck, because there is no such thing as luck. Luck is preparation meeting opportunity. When you are prepared and the opportunity presents itself, you seize the opportunity. That is what people call luck. I don't believe it's the government's job to tell you when you get to be lucky, or to write a rule and change it and say, well, you're lucky now that we're being less restrictive. I don't believe in that. I know a lot of you, a lot of the business owners out there, and a lot of the employees have put a lot of preparation into their career, into their business, into following the law, and the opportunity for them to open their business presented itself here, our home in Fresno. We are blessed that that has happened. Some folks have not put that preparation in. There are those among us who have decided not to operate inside the constraints of the law. I understand that. Now, I don't want anyone to be fooled here, and I want to prioritize transparency. If you look to your left and right, there are pictures on the walls meant to convince you that these smoke shops are all bad businesses. You take a second looking left and right. Now, I want to be able to speak intelligently about this, so I looked a couple of these up. I looked up this one over here in the middle, for example, which is over in Council President's District. That business is no longer there. It was shut down a couple years ago, but that picture is still put up to make a point to you. That point's null and void. Now, the remaining colleagues that I have over here, I am a fan, and I think it's responsible governance to adopt the definitional changes here. Describing tobacco retail, tobacco products, I think that is due diligence, and I'm 100% for that. That was suggestion one. Suggestion two with the ordinance itself seems heavy-handed, and there are a few measures of it I don't necessarily support. Getting back to that, we've talked about the definition of CBD. We've talked about the issues that we've had calculating the exact numbers and where they exist in each district. I've been told that 2 different districts have the highest concentration today. And if one of them we identified was 47, and that means the other one can't because there were only 82 that were identified. So getting the numbers together is our job as the government to do. We need to have all of our homework done on the front side. And I've only been here for a few months, but I'm excited to help with that homework, and I've been doing it to include getting a class by the American Heart Association, by the American Lung Association, talking to other municipalities to see what their policies are on this. Clovis has 86. We talked about this. Clovis has just under a fifth of our population. They're just over a fifth, 0.213. And they have more than we do in Fresno. That math doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem like we've oversaturated our city with these businesses. With bad actors, potentially, and I have zero patience for bad actors, as I'm sure many of those who have shown up today to speak passionately about this have zero patience for those who make them look bad. As a Marine, I get way more mad at a Marine breaking any sort of rule or law, and I will come down on them personally, than just the average citizen. I hold them to a higher standard. And from what I've heard, their association has been able to hold like businesses to a higher standard internally. Policing in-house, right? Policing your own, taking care of your own home first. I love that. I appreciate that, and I support that within the law, obviously. That said, there are a couple things that we can do on the government side to be more responsible and not to decide to target a specific type of business. Like council said earlier, hopefully alleviating some of our constitutional concerns. One of the things I would like to see, and we had this issue, I was here present at the Planning Commission meeting. When this first came up, there was a lot of passionate speech. There was a decision by appointed officials up here on the dais, right where we're sitting, about this same ordinance. And when it came up, amendments were proposed that were, just like we had a little confusion earlier about the amendments and which ones were or were not in, there was confusion then as well. So the product that we got from them was not directly a reflection of the conversation that actually took place. And if you weren't there, I'd encourage you to go watch the footage since it's all on the record. But a couple things we can do to make this a better ordinance and not to specifically target small businesses. I will also point out a disproportionately first and second generation immigrant owned industry in the city. I am not going to be the first one in line to target you. Let's talk about things that we can do to make this more responsible. My colleague proposed grandfathering inside this 1,000-foot limit, the 400 to 1,000-foot expansion of that limit, grandfathering in businesses that are already there. Now, to the point that we need to allow the community to be able to say no to a business, I totally agree. I'm a huge fan of public comment. That's incumbent upon us as the city council and the city as an entity to hear from the community to decide whether a business should go in. I sat through a planning review committee meeting with folks from District 6 who sat there and debated the merits of whether or not they should open a Thai restaurant on a certain corner. They put due diligence into that. There was some lively discussion, probably more than was required for a Thai restaurant. But we have this opportunity. That's one of the backbones of democracy. It doesn't require an extra law saying you can't do this, when that's a decision that should be made by the council member and by the constituents of the district that put us in these seats in the first place. The number per district, moving it down to 7, particularly as pertains to a lottery. A lottery system to decide the good and bad actors is entirely fallible. If there were 3 bad actors and 1 good actor in a group, and you were going to allow 75% of them to stay in business, there's a good chance you just took that good actor, kicked them out, and put them on the street. This 18 months, in addition to that, says that I don't care how long your lease is. You have a mortgage, you have a lease, you have a rental agreement where you're operating your business. Sorry, the city doesn't care. I don't want to be the one to look anyone in the eye and say that. I think that's irresponsible and that's overbearing. We also have a responsibility as a city, and I know this is primarily a state thing. In the city attorney's office, we've had conversations about this. I know it's primarily the state's responsibility to come to these business owners and dictate exactly to them, very clearly, what can be sold and what can't be sold. I'll give you one particular example. Zins, if you're familiar with Zin, Zin is a carcinogen-free, tobacco-free, nicotine, essentially a smoking alternative. These personally helped me move from chewing tobacco, which is rampant in the Marine Corps, to a non-carcinogenic option. It's done wonders for my teeth and mouth and health. Now, there are 2 flavors of this, classic and original. Which of those would be considered flavored? One tastes like wind, one tastes like sidewalk. So if one of those is determined to be flavored, then you have an answer that I don't have, and I would happily accept that education from many of you. These business owners are dealing with the same thing. If they have a cigarillo that is black flavor and one that is white flavor, well, which one of those is flavor, really? Until the state comes down with more detailed guidance, we can't be holding business owners to a standard that we're not even clear on ourselves. That's like issuing a speeding ticket because the ticketing officer felt like the car was going too fast, but there's nothing posted. Similarly, kicking them out of their business is like telling them that because some cars were speeding, now we're going to limit the number of cars on the roads in Fresno, just to make sure no one else is speeding. A little heavy-handed for my comfort. So I propose those. In addition, I'd like to propose things that have not been talked about yet during this conversation. I'd like to say that as the city, and I can even take whatever responsibility for this that we'd like to assign, that we dig in, we exercise our relationship with Sacramento a little bit as a city, find that guidance, pull that from them, not sit and wait for them to educate us, but demand that education, and in the meantime, very clearly publicize what we're going to be having those hardworking employees of the city enforcing. I think we owe that to the people. In addition, any money that gets seized from the taking down of these bad actors, which if you're a bad actor, we're going to seize it. And I support burning the flavored nicotine tobacco products as well. I think that's great. I'd go to that bonfire, absolutely. But what we should do with that funding is we should put it back into something that's productive. If we seize illegal gambling profits or what have you, I think that money should go directly to an education system put on by either code enforcement, PD, city attorney's office, you name it, that directly educates these shops and provides continued education to the Tobacco-Free Coalition. I hope they're still here. Education is important, and I'm so happy that you were here. I think that the money seized from these bad actors should go to things like tobacco and nicotine education, should go to the education of these smoke shop owners or employees, and maybe some of those funds even go to the Neighborhood Watch, because I know the Neighborhood Watch has taken an important role in identifying some of these bad actors. That seems like a responsible allocation of money to me. So, my colleague, Councilmember Perea, you mentioned that there will be plenty of time for amendment, plenty of opportunities for that. I appreciate that. That is absolutely the way it should be, and I'd like to take that first opportunity to amend today. So I hope that my propositions can be taken under consideration. With that, as written, I'm not in favor of Part 2, but with some of these amendments, I think we can get to something that shows both responsible governance and addressing the issue. Because I don't want to represent a government that says we can't enforce our own rules given the tools that we have, so therefore, let's make some more rules and hope that you're lucky.
Councilmember, I didn't get your amendments. Did you state them?
Yes.
Where are they?
Yes, sir. In addition to the amendments that have been made, I would also support the 1,000-foot limit and the amendments proposed by Councilmember Maxwell. I would also like to put in the amendment that we take it upon ourselves, it becomes incumbent with a specific date that we start providing an education program. It was talked about before that code enforcement takes some sort of responsibility with an education program for the shops, but I would like to put a specific date and deliverable on that. That way we're not just promising something and kicking the can down the road. And secondly, I would like to, and the city attorney, sir, maybe you can help us look into this. The money that's seized from these bad actors, specifically like liquid monetary funds, I'd like to take these funds and put them directly into an education program for the owners, operators of these businesses. We could even talk with the Tobacco-Free Coalition about making it more applicable to kids and why they shouldn't be engaging in these age control practices, with the consideration of even putting some of this money into the Neighborhood Watch, since, again, they've been instrumental, as we heard today from Ms. Haskin, in identifying some of these problem actors in the first place.
All right. So just for my clarity, if I could just confirm the amendments you'd like. One is an education component for the businesses, correct?
Correct.
And with a specific date, of course.
And by education, I want to be very specific. I want the exact rules that the city is enforcing to them to be publicly available on the website. I want it to be personally delivered. I will do it myself if I need to. But I want there to be no question that they can hold up rules, code can hold up rules.
Just for your reference, when we did the Neighborhood Responsible Neighborhood Market Act, we did exactly that. We printed out the rules, we delivered them, code enforcement went through them with each operator. They were all given a binder with their CUP and all the rules, so they understood.
Perfect.
And then your second component is, and this is where I'm going to leave legal counsel and city manager, any funds seized during the inspections that are whatever money is seized, what's the process for keeping the dollars or redistributing the dollars? Is there a legal process for seizure of funds for many inspections?
There is a legal process, and we do have a fund where we where we house the money, and it's very limited in what we can do with it. And I can explain that to you offline. Yeah.
So can that be addressed as part of a text amendment, or is that get addressed during the budget process?
I think we'll have to see where we land here, and because I would also want to talk offline if you all are going to want additional enforcement. I think, I'd like to be able to look at any available funds to help offset the cost of the additional enforcement as well. So I understand education, but I think we need to understand that a little bit better.
So if I hear you, City Manager, you'd like any money seized from these operations, so also that the city could recover its costs for enforcement of the regulations.
If that's legally permissible.
That's the only thing that we can use it for, sorry.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The only thing that we can use it for.
Oh, okay, so, okay, I would love that.
So,
otherwise, it's going to be additional general fund expense, and of course, you know how I feel about that.
So, Council Member, given the legal limit, are you okay with any seizure of funds to be used for the reimbursement or covering the cost of enforcement, as that being the only thing I hear we can use it for? Are you okay with that?
If I remember correctly from a conversation with the city attorney about a month ago, there were some issues with putting money seized directly into reimbursement for seizing the money.
No, there was only issues in using it to fund training and other non-enforcement activities.
Okay.
Councilmember Richardson, we might look for grant opportunities for education. I haven't looked in a while, but the state of California generally in the past has had resources out there for educating people about kind of more like the dangers of tobacco, but we might, and I know sort of the operators have to do some postings, but we might look to see if there are resources out there that could help with any sort of education as well.
And City Manager, just can I have Erica Camarena come up? She heads code enforcement, and she can talk a little bit about grant money that we've already identified.
Okay, great, thank you.
And received.
Good morning, Council. Erica Camarena, Chief Assistant City Attorney, Code Enforcement. So we have two different tracks. We have our tobacco grant issued by the state, and that grant requires us to provide education to all tobacco retailers, including all the smoke shops in Fresno. With respect to the Cannabis Administrative Prosecutor Program, which we call CAP, that is not grant funded. And as of right now, any cash that we seize from any of these locations would have to be, basically we would have to go through the asset forfeiture process in order for it to be forfeited to the city before we can do anything with it. So that would require us to get the Attorney General's office involved. They would petition the court, and then we would get a court order. And in that petition, we would have to prove that that cash that was seized is directly linked to the illegal conduct. And so that's always it's definitely not a 100% recovery. Like we won't know. It's purely speculative whether we will recover that money or not. It would be up to the court.
So if I may, City Attorney, do you already do education when you do these inspections to the shop owners?
I'll tell you what, I'd like to make my comments. That's part of my question for City Attorney. So if I can make my comments, and then we're going to go back to debate with the council. I want to thank the public, and I want to thank staff for being very patient. We're working through the lunch hour. This is an important issue, and we're going to come to some conclusion. If you're here for another item, we're not going to hear it until after lunch, and we take about 90 minutes for lunch, so I don't know what time we're coming back, but if you wait till the end, I'll disclose that once we break. So I want to be very clear. I despise tobacco. I have all my life. I had to grow up around it. I never liked it. I'm allergic to it. But personally, I can't stand it. But I also, as a policymaker, have to be able to check my personal beliefs and put them aside and balance them with my public responsibility. I've learned a lot about how my colleagues feel, both those that are the sponsors and the other 3 council members, including myself, that aren't sponsors of this item. And I totally understand the frustration they see when there is a bad actor, whether it's a problem liquor store, a problem business of any kind, a problem resident who's hurting the neighborhood, or it's a smoke shop that is causing a lot of trouble. I completely get that because I've had that in my district. And I also appreciate my colleagues for highlighting District 2. Up on that wall, they have a picture of a smoke shop in Pinedale. But guess what? That smoke shop isn't there anymore. And we didn't need some red tape bureaucratic policy to stop that. We used what we had in place, worked very hard, and within 6 months, that smoke shop was put out of business. That was through a partnership with myself and, of course, then Councilmember Gary Bredefeld, because this was happening on both sides of the street in Blackstone, on the border of our districts, partnering with PD, including Northeast and Northwest districts, because, again, it was on the border, and Clovis Unified. And that smoke shop that had illegal gambling and was causing problems was shut down using the resources we have in place, not creating a new system that basically says, you've done everything you're supposed to do, but we're going to treat you differently because we're going to treat you like all the bad actors and punish you just because you happen to have the same kind of business someone who's doing wrong things has as well. And that's really not very fair. So when I talk about Pinedale, I just want you to know that there is success in using the resources we have to stop bad actors. Oh, we also work with code enforcement as well, but it does take a lot of work. My worry is this has become less about limiting access to tobacco and more about taking away businesses from people that have spent years building legitimate businesses. Even though I don't like that business, as a business owner myself, I would hate it for someone to say, I don't like your competition, I'm just gonna shut you down because I can. I came to this council to stop that kind of crap from happening. Now, I wanna talk for a moment about the Chamber of Commerce. How the mighty have fallen. This is the same group that stayed neutral when this city negotiated an unprecedented tax sharing agreement between the city and county that literally got us to start building housing again that we desperately need. And that was something that myself, Councilmember Maxwell, and Perea worked on for nearly a year. And it was able to raise tax revenues without raising taxes on businesses and families in this community. And they stayed neutral. Now when it comes to an issue like this that is literally going to shut down businesses, the Chamber's in support because we know who they're bought and paid for by. They want to create a monopoly so these smoke shops can't sell the same products a grocery store or a cannabis store can sell. That's the Chamber of Commerce today. Thank you so much for your leadership. Retroactively imposing limits on businesses that are already existing is setting them up to fail. It is vastly unfair. Now, I'm really glad to see that my colleague, Councilmember Maxwell, has suggested some amendments. I'm trying to find a way to get to yes because I want my colleagues to have the ability to shut down smoke shops like we had in Pinedale and to do it faster. It took us longer than I wanted to. It took a lot of hard work, but it can be done. And I do want to add, though, even though we shut down that smoke shop, that wasn't 95% of the cause of the issues in Pinedale. That is completely untrue because we have ongoing issues. There were properties where there was drug use. There are hotels in the area that have fentanyl use, and we're working very diligently with PD to get that out of our district and code enforcement. So to suggest smoke shops are it's a silver bullet, just like RNMA, it's not true. It's just not true. And I think there was mention that how Clovis has no smoke shop city manager. That's a moment for the bell, because that also isn't true. But I think what's happening here is this is one of those moments where we have a 6-member council. I don't quite know how the votes are going to go, but it looks to me, based on the discussion today, it could be a 3-3. But I think it could be unanimous. I'm very open to supporting a policy that gives my colleagues the resources, but it can't be something that is vastly unfair. And I know that our job is to create good policy with the best of intentions, but unfortunately, sometimes we have a tendency when we're trying to passionately change things for the better. If we're not careful, we will have unintended consequences. And this could be for some business owners that provide for their families having smoke shops, and they do it legitimately. They're not the ones that get violations. But if you pass this blanket policy, you're punishing the good with the bad. And that just isn't fair. My request to my colleagues would be this. I think to do this on the fly today is probably a mistake. This is the first opportunity as a body we've had to express our opinions. You have very diverse opinions, but I really believe there is a path to getting a unanimous vote. I have a couple questions for staff I'm going to ask, but my recommendation is going to be, please to the sponsors, take this back, retool it. Let's come back at the next council meeting, and I can promise you, I am very open to supporting this if it's a more equitable policy that doesn't punish legitimate businesses, but with teeth goes after the bad actors. So I have some questions for staff, maybe Director Clark. It's just a yes or no question. But how did Planning Commission vote on this? What was the vote total there?
I wasn't there.
Okay.
There was one.
Okay.
Excuse me, let me turn to the staff report. I believe that the Planning Commission did, recommend adoption. I think the vote was, I think it was 7 commissioners present. And they did recommend modifications of the text amendment.
And Council President, to clarify, I was there at that meeting. It was 6 yeses. Actually, 1 was absent, I believe. So I think it was all yeses, 1 no. The yeses were yes with the proposed amendments.
With amendments that we're not discussing today. Okay.
Amendments that already came in the ordinance that we got, not the ones that were proposed.
Got it. Thank you. I do have a question for the City Attorney's Office. Now, like cannabis, a regulated industry, there are laws about flavored tobacco, for example, and all sorts of tobacco-related laws that come from the state. Does your website post new regulations as they come in that make it very clear what you're going to enforce and what you're not going to enforce? Because one of the complaints I received from the industry was they will cite one person for one thing and another person for another thing. The laws change so quickly, we don't know what they're going to enforce and not enforce.
Okay, so I'll try to take that in parts. No, we do not post new state laws as they come out on our website. And I would defend my staff in saying that we do not enforce unequally in the city. I have directed them and I have talked to them numerous times about equal enforcement all across the city. And so anyone who says that we treat one person differently than another, I vehemently reject that.
This is not about blaming staff. Let me give you an example. So the building that we're in our business was built in the late 70s, and the ADA came into existence in 1992. So at the time, we were ADA compliant, but the government changes the rules. You have to do more things to be more ADA compliant. So these attorneys go out, these specific attorney groups go out there to sue, and they say, well, look, you were compliant then, but you're not compliant now. The law says you have to be compliant to 2025 standards. And innocent businesses get hit because they have no idea. They don't get a memo when the building codes change. That's what I'm trying to say. So if they come and tell me, well, we don't know, I have to say, okay, then what are we doing to educate you? To put the onus just on them when they're a small business, it's something that I'm a little concerned about.
Do you want me to comment on
Yes,
that?
please.
Yeah, so you have to remember also there are multiple agencies that, that have the ability to go in with us. And so maybe they're referring to a different agency that has the ability to take, for example, illegal tobacco on the first go-round. So maybe that's what they're referring to. But again, I've instructed my staff to treat everyone equally with the understanding that people, especially people that are in businesses like this, have a responsibility to stay up with the law. They have the ability to retain counsel if they have it. And if they feel like they've been treated unfairly, there's a hearing process that they can go through. I know some of them do. There's a hearing process that they can go through. They can go to an impartial arbitrator who can say, hey, the city screwed up here. The smoke shop owner was in the right. You can have your stuff back. So there's a process built into our structure that does protect them. And so I would just encourage some of them to avail themselves of that.
I don't want to harp too much on this, but City Attorney, you were asking a lot from a small business. I'm just saying it's not like a big corporation. It is a lot to ask of them. But
Understood. I mean,
okay.
And it was their choice to get into that business.
Okay. Okay. My last area of questions are for law enforcement. Chief, if you wouldn't mind coming up, I appreciate that. And while you're coming up, I just want you to know that your staff was very instrumental, especially the captains in Northeast and Northwest, to be able to stop that bad actor. Again, we're not punishing them for being a smoke shop. We're punishing them because they were doing bad things. My basic question for you is, forget what we're proposing right now. If I come to you as a council member and say, I've got this smoke shop, and they have illegal gambling, or they are potentially selling illegal products, illegal tobacco products to minors or cannabis.
Mm-hmm.
What tools do you not have that you need? Because I felt like the tools were there. That's how we shut this one down. What tools are not on the books now that you need?
I think you nailed it already. The tools are there. There are laws. Depending on the criminal activity, it just takes a lot more resources and time to get to where we got in Pinedale and how much damage was done in the meantime. But I will say we don't have a lot of tools to address some of the irresponsible operators in the city, and it just makes it much more time consuming. You're talking about undercover operations, things that do take quite some time and resources.
Great. Thank you. That was my only question,
Okay.
Chief.
Anybody else?
No. Anyone else? Okay. I think you had, you don't have to stay up here, but thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sorry to make you come down for that one
Well,
question.
actually, Chief, I do have a question, just a clarifying question, Chief. So the outcome we reached in Pinedale, that lead, that was, and I think the city attorney had mentioned, that was because of the property owner ultimately evicting the tenant?
Well, if I recall, and please correct me, because I will be frank, the city attorney's office has taken the lead in code with most of the smoke shop action so far because that's what's fallen under their purview. But as far as a public nuisance, those are some of the city ordinances we use. And then we don't necessarily shut anybody down, but the landlord can choose to, if the operator is creating a nuisance under the city ordinance, then they can choose to evict them and thereby end the problem in that way.
Yeah, that's the clarification I was seeking from yourself and the city attorney, was that none of these 14 closures have actually included the revocation of any kind of permit or license of any sort. These are other forces that forced the closure because of the egregious nature.
Yes.
That's fair enough. The point I'm trying to make, though, is that the tools were there to shut it down, whatever tool we used. But I think Councilmember Maxwell has a question, and I'm going to go back to the rest of my comments. I'm almost done.
Yes.
Yeah.
Chief, I don't know if this is a question better asked towards you or city attorney. One of the solutions being proposed today for the current smoke shops is the CUP. We have a lot of CUP-based businesses in Fresno.
Yes.
Bars, places that sell liquor, gas stations. When's the last time that we successfully revoked the CUP from a business that you guys can remember?
Not in the history that I can recall. And actually, we're working on several things, but it's such a rare occurrence, I don't recall one time.
Okay. Do you have a recollection?
I don't know, maybe Jennifer, 2?
And this year?
I don't believe so, but I can't recall. Yeah.
In the last decade.
And just a reminder, you all just passed something that gives us one more tool, our options on CUPs.
More flexibility.
Yes, exactly.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was my question, Chief.
All right.
Okay, let me finish my comments, and then we'll come back. Chief, if you would stick around, I think there's some more
Absolutely.
questions for you. So, that was helpful. Thank you very much. So I'm just going to sum it up like this. I think that if we vote on this today, it's a potential false choice that we're creating. I think there's a pathway to getting a unanimous vote on this council. My only worry is there is a problem, but I feel like the solution being proposed today, without any amendments, would be like taking a shotgun to a problem when you really need a sniper rifle. And the collateral damage is going to be the livelihoods of people. Yet maybe they look different than we do, or they have a different business than we like, but they're not breaking the law. And why should they be punished just because they're trying to provide for their family? I think that's a very dangerous precedent to set. My request remains for the sponsors, maybe just wait one more meeting, take it back, take all our feedback. It was a very thoughtful discussion, and bring something back that you think that we could all support. I think that's how good policy is crafted. Because to create contention and create that false choice is just going to confuse the community, and there'll be a lot of collateral damage where I don't think the sponsors actually intend it. The goal is to stop the bad actors, protect our kids, and protect our neighborhoods. Let's stay focused on that. Those are my comments. Next, I have punched up Council Vice President.
I do have one question. There's been references to how these establishments are the bad actors have been shut down. I know in my particular district, the shutting down was the property owner who we had to force to fly in from out of country, who ultimately evicted the tenant because of the numerous, violations, calls for service. But of the 67 smoke shops that have been caught selling marijuana and have guns, Police Chief, how many of those have been shut down by the police department permanently?
Unless I'm misunderstanding your question, we don't shut them down. We will use the MORPO, for lack of a better term, that process for public nuisance, and then the chips will fall where they may between the property owner and the operator.
The reason I ask that is, I end up absorbing a lot of criticism against the police department in my district because the residents say we called police. Police have been there multiple times. They've made arrests. They've arrested gang members. They caught guns. And the place is still operating.
Yes.
And they blame down the police department for not shutting down the business. So I want to be clear, the police department
does not have the authority to go shut a business down.
You're correct.
And nor has it, even though they're selling marijuana and you've conducted arrest, right?
Yeah, it's not our authority to shut it down. There are things that we can do, but that's not one of them.
Okay, thank you. And in reference to the council president, I came in this process open-minded because, you know, it has been 2.5 years. The sponsors have been knee-deep in understanding the industry, meeting with stakeholders, looking at all the evidence on inspection and state rules and whatnot. I've heard my colleagues, and I'm open to a couple of amendments that I'll let my colleagues, you know, also weigh in on, my co-sponsors. The first amendment that I'm open to incorporating is the amendment by Member Maxwell on cannabinoids being allowed to be a, you know, product that can be sold as at a smoke shops. I've learned that you can buy that at Whole Foods, you can buy that at grocery stores, so I fully understand that's been a product that historically been sold, and I'm open to including that. I'm also open to including an educational component. We've done that in the past for Member Richardson's comments. Our code enforcement has been educating all these smoke shops each time they show up to an inspection. They remind them what's allowed, what's not. I'm okay with formalizing an education program and making sure that's included as part of the ordinance. The two outstanding that I've heard that I'm still struggling with, and I don't think we can incorporate those at the moment. One is around what to do with the money that's seized. I think legal counsel has indicated clearly that we can't just take it and put in some other, you know, pot for the city. So given that we're not legally allowed to do that. And the second one is around grandfathering. A lot has been said today from some of the businesses that they want a fair playing field. And for me to allow existing businesses to just be grandfathered and essentially have, you know, an automatic approval when a future business would not have that actually creates an unfair playing field. And so from my perspective, this ordinance provides the same playing field for everyone. So that's where I struggle with that one. And City Attorney, if you could weigh in on this, would us grandfathering businesses create an unequal situation that we'd have to wrestle through legally?
Council Vice President, I am so uncomfortable to answer that question up here. That's why I provided you with 6 orange envelopes that are sitting in front of you.
Okay, and they're addressed in those envelopes, correct?
Yes, and I can email again.
I think Councilmember Richardson has a follow-up to your question, Councilmember,
Yes.
but you have the floor still, Council Vice President.
Absolutely.
If the city, we wouldn't approve the building or the establishment of a park within 400 feet of a smoke shop, an existing smoke shop, right?
I don't know the answer to the question. I've dealt with 3 new parks in my district, and those all go into areas that are, if I can think of, none of them are within an existing use of that nature. But general use, green space purpose for the city, I think can go anywhere.
I think maybe the question he's asking is, right now it's 400, you're proposing 1,000. What if you're an existing business applying for a CUP? You have to move?
There are, which is why I asked.
Correct.
The city wouldn't plan a park right next to a smoke shop that's pre-existing. That would be an irresponsible place to put a park. So I feel like moving that out to 1,000 feet would essentially not be a responsible place to have planned it in the first place. So if we're not going to put a park right next to a smoke shop, then expanding that limit and saying, hey, you now have to move because you're too close to a park is not really the same fair process.
What I would respond is, it has always been 1,000 feet buffer for an alcohol distributor, a cannabis distributor, to not be within 1,000 feet of sensitive use. So this 1,000 feet came from being consistent with products that are sold for adult
Fair
purposes.
point, but we're passing a rule after they're established. So we're like literally moving the goalpost while the game is being played.
But I want to give you the context on how we got to 1,000. It didn't come out of anywhere, but that was the rationale.
And to answer the question logistically, you know, if we were to build a park or a school or something of that nature after the fact, the CUP is effectively the grandfathering of that shop. They're not going to be forced to move after the fact.
Correct.
The CUP. I mean, you talk about grandfathering. CUP is the grandfathering. effectively.
Can I just add, because I thought I heard Councilmember Richardson say something. I just want to make sure that it's clear. Is when we plan locations of parks, we designate park space in our general plan as open space. Jennifer, Phil, please listen closely to correct me if I say something incorrect. And we may put a park across the street from a commercially designated spot. We don't plan the park space next to a specific use. We do it according to a plan designation. So it could be appropriate where we would have a park planned and designated across the street from commercial, across the street from mixed use. And we wouldn't know until that land is actually proposed to be developed that specific commercial use would be a smoke shop. And so let's say a smoke shop went into a commercially zoned parcel, and 10 years later, we finally had the funding to bring online a park. That could 100% happen. So I want to make sure you know that it wouldn't be like, well, why would the city do that? Because we designate park space decades in advance. So in that case, I believe if they were issued a CUP at the time and we came in later, put the park in, they would be grandfathered in. So just to confirm, but it would not be unusual to have us come in and put a park in after a use. I want to make sure that was clear.
So the grandfathering template exists in that sense. Good.
No, do you agree with that as a sponsor?
What I am agreeing with what the city manager indicated, that there is a possibility that we would put a park next to somebody who has a conditional use permit for alcohol sales, like a grocery store, a pharmacy, things of that nature. So in that case, that establishment is not required to move because they were there first. It's the who was there first kind of notion.
It would be legal non-conforming.
Legal non-conforming is a technical term.
So I still have two other council members punched up. Before we go to Councilmember Perea, I want to ask the sponsors one question. So I feel like we're talking about how the existing businesses that are a problem, the 14 have been shut down, and I feel like we're splitting hairs here. We've only revoked 2 CUPs at the very least in the last 10 years. We've been able to use the current system through MORPA or whatever, like we did in Pinedale, to shut down 14. How exactly is this going to help us shut businesses down that are the problem without overburdening legitimate businesses?
So if I could, Council President, the first thing you need to appreciate about this ordinance is that it actually defines what a smoke shop is. There is no existing definition of a smoke shop. When the individuals say that we're giving licenses away to smoke shops, we're not giving licenses, we're giving retail business certificates. Because a smoke shop currently is considered retail business, which means that it can be anywhere in the city, right? There is no buffers, there's no consideration for what they actually sell. So the primary goal here is to define what a smoke shop is, and secondly, to ensure that there's some common regulations, clear guidelines on what can and cannot be sold in those smoke shops, that they have buffers like we do for alcohol sales and cannabis sales, that they have operating hours like we do for alcohol sales and cannabis sales, that we essentially treat them based on the product that they're selling, primarily, which is how we define this. So it does give us additional authority to shut those down that engage in egregious violations that we currently don't have. But as a reminder, the police department does not have authority to shut down a business. All the shutdowns have been because the property owners get fed up of us hassling them, but it takes an enormous amount of resources, and being able to do that in 140 spots that we know of today, and then allowing another 140 to appear next week because there is no definition of requirements, would simply be a task that's not attainable, and that's why we have not been able to get our hands around it for years now.
Yeah, Council Vice President, to further answer the Council President's question, the 14 that were shut down through these creative means, they're an anomaly. The 2 CUPs that we revoked in the last 10 years are also an anomaly. And so as we pursue this policy, I'm fully acknowledging that however many CUPs we end up giving out, whether it's 49 or more than 49, I'm fully acknowledging that it's a very, very low likelihood that they're ever revoked. And that's why it's so important that we pass this and we get it right. And ultimately, those 49 shops who receive a CUP, I mean, are again, very low probability given that they've complied and that they got shut
I'm
down.
so sorry. I'm very confused because you made a good point. We rarely take away the CUP. How is this policy going to actually then help?
Because we've established the standards for what it takes to actually obtain one.
And using what we've used now to shut them down doesn't work?
No, it doesn't, because you were busy right now, but what I started off saying is the 2 CUPs we've revoked in the last 10 years are an anomaly. The 14 smoke shops that have closed down because of very resource-intensive efforts, also a big anomaly, because there's the bulk of the smoke shops that we are enforcing on and have violations are still operating, dozens and dozens and dozens.
I would think number-wise, 2 is an anomaly, 14 is a trend, but that's just how I look at it.
That's 20% of those businesses, if you're counting 82.
If I may, Council President, just appreciate the situation that we all find ourselves in. It took me 2 years for one smoke shop to be shut down. 2 years of everyone's time and thousands of dollars of cost to be able to do that. When I have 47 of them, that's not physically possible. If a council district only has 2 bad actors or 3, you can focus on that much easier. When we have dozens of them, it's extremely difficult. And it's a reflection of, if you look at the map, the concentration is in the southern part of the city. And it is unfair to suggest that the same amount of resources that it took to shut one down could be easily done 140 times over. It hasn't happened. And we're about to come to a situation where we no longer have grant money from the state to do enforcement, where the city has a $20 million or $15 million deficit, and it's a false expectation to say that we have more resources to spend the same amount of significant cost and time and money to shut down all the bad actors based on the existing rules that we have. If that was the case, we wouldn't bring forward a policy.
Right. We're getting really close to taking a vote. I just want to ask the sponsors one last time before we go to Councilmember Perea. And it would be really good to discuss this in closed session because it looks like there's going to be some legal implications here. Is there any interest in taking all the comments we made today and coming back at the next meeting with a revised policy?
Not for me.
Okay, then we'll roll the dice. Councilmember Perea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. I think we're getting really close with Councilmember Maxwell. It sounds like we've incorporated just about every one of your requested changes. The last one, I want to see if we can get there, is the issue of grandfathering. We all know that there's hundreds of smoke shops in the city, but there are only 82 that are licensed. They have a business license. Of those 82, are you recommending that we grandfather in all 82 in their current locations?
If there's a transfer to a new owner, then I would be open to the idea of imposing those restrictions at that time, even if it is the same location, and also imposing those restrictions on new businesses altogether that have not operated out of any site in the city of Fresno.
Okay, so have we done any analysis to see, are there any bad apples out of these 82? Because what I don't want to do is give a blanket grandfather status to all 82 if there are bad apples within that group.
Yeah, I guess it would just come down to how do we define a bad apple? Where do we draw the line in the sand? I get where you're going with it. It's just, I guess, the murkiness of where we draw that line.
If I may just provide egregious violations defined by this ordinance, outlines extremely bad apple. Gun sales, gambling, human trafficking, marijuana sales, active felony folks doing what they're not supposed to. So I'm okay with, a conversation around how do we make sure, if you're not one of those egregious violators, then okay, then, maybe we do the grandfathering. That's different, but that's based on a very set criteria. If you're not guilty of any of those things, then you're considered a good apple.
I mean, there's some folks that have one violation. There's some folks I'm sure have multiple. I guess I would need to see more data on that before I could give a firm commitment one way or another.
Yeah.
The specification of egregious violations
I get
is
it,
very important.
Councilmember Maxwell, and I think that's where, we have to make sure that we're not being fundamentally unfair by grandfathering in, because the whole purpose of adding these CUPs onto the businesses is to be able to hold them accountable. And a good business today may not be a good one 10 years from now, and that's where the CUP comes into play. And so if we, in essence, grandfather in, let's say, 65 of the 82, because those were the good guys, we would essentially be putting a moratorium on the issuance of any new smoke shop permits, because we have already hit our cap. So I just want to make sure that we fully understand what grandfather means, who exactly it is we're trying to grandfather in, and what that would mean for future issuance of, or lack thereof, of any new smoke shop permits.
The proposal that I gave earlier didn't set an arbitrary ceiling on the number of smoke shops that could go in any part of the district. It would rather have a sort of automatic thinning of concentrated smoke shops by requiring future smoke shops and smoke shops where the license is transferred to adhere to those buffer zones, as well as to obtain a CUP.
So then potentially...
So there would not be, in effect, a moratorium on new licenses being issued.
So potentially we could have an unlimited amount of smoke shops in our city in that regard, as long as they're good.
Yes.
And if I may, that also, if I have 47 smoke shops in my district and you have 5, and we're just grandfathering all of them and allowing, it doesn't address the saturation in my district and in my neighborhood.
By requiring, I mean, we know the average cycle of a smoke shop license being either closed or expired. Most of them happen within a 3-year process. And so I think by requiring new applicants or transfer of licenses to adhere to those new restrictions, you are going to see that thinning out of concentrated smoke shops in your district, because on average, these folks are shutting down shop within 3 years. And when new folks come along to be in that industry, they are going to be required to adhere to some of the things that you're suggesting.
I want to point out, there is no smoke shop license right now. All these folks are operating under retail licenses, and I've only seen the retail licenses for smoke shops in my district increase in the last few years, not decrease, even though there's a lot more businesses.
And what if they were subject to some of those buffer zones and CUPs?
Which
you don't think that would thin it out?
Which leads me to believe that when you have such a high saturation, that's when these tenants tend to start selling stuff that they're not supposed to, because there's only so many customers for cigarettes with the amount of gas stations and convenience stores that already sell them, right?
We've also shown we have an ability to shut them down. We've shut down 14.
But we haven't. The landlords have just terminated their tenants.
It doesn't matter how it gets shut down. It's not in business anymore, terrorizing our neighborhoods. That's the point.
I think it does matter. The city lacks a formal mechanism to shut down smoke shops.
I didn't in Pinedale.
The city lacks a formal legal mechanism to do it ourselves.
Okay.
We're relying upon other actors to take action in order for the smoke shop to actually shut down. That is a fact.
Council Vice President, to allow that flexibility, instead of setting a maximum of 7 per district or some other arbitrary number, couldn't it come back down to each individual council member to decide for their own district how many they would like? If you would like 4, I would like 10, or what have you. I think that'd be more fair than just setting an arbitrary maximum.
Talking about with the natural attrition rate, as
that included,
smoke shops go down, the individual council members could have flexibility.
That included. I think
how
that
many more are issued for that district.
I think that's more of a scalpel than a sledgehammer.
Correct.
And it allows us each tools.
And Councilmember Richardson, the current policy as proposed allows each council member to increase that amount from 7 to whatever amount is feasible for them.
I like where you're going with that, Councilmember Richardson. I'd be interested in talking more about that either here or in between meetings, but I think that approach might get us a similar result without being too heavy-handed.
It might also allow Council Vice President, though, to reduce that number from 7 down to, say, 5, if you saw fit.
So basically, when the natural attrition of these smoke shops happens, the council member for that district then could have some leeway in deciding how many more could be issued in that district.
Potential
moving
amendment.
forward. Something worth discussing.
It'd be nice if we had time to actually flesh that out, legal implications and how it'll actually work rather than just do it on the fly. But I want to add, I was pretty much in lockstep with what Councilmember Perea was saying. I heard some comment made about egregious violation. When I read the policy, I saw the words egregious violation, but not what it actually means. And I want to make sure that a minor code violation isn't deemed subjectively that's egregious. Does it actually say what an egregious violation is under this policy? I could have totally missed that. I just want to be sure.
Yes, we define it. It's listed.
Yeah, if I can, City Attorney, if you can confirm that, that'd be great. Yeah. We need some Jeopardy music. I'll tell you what, while you're looking that up, I'm gonna, if you still have the floor, if you'd like to continue, otherwise it'll go to Councilmember Esparza, and I think that's about it. You have the floor while they're looking that up, if you're okay with that.
So I appreciate the feedback from my colleagues. I know this is the first time we've actually gotten to discuss it as a group, since the three of us co-sponsors were legally bound to kind of keeping to ourselves there. Hearing some of the amendments, I'm open to a handful. There are some in there that are going to be either, have some legal kind of ambiguity, which I can't get into here on the dais. And then a couple others that from a policy perspective, I just don't think are going to work and kind of undermine the purpose of the intention of the ordinance in the first place. So I have to insist upon, the buffer zones are there for a reason, to keep these kind of activities away from daycare centers, away from schools, away from parks. The buffer zones and again, as Council Vice President noted, very similar buffer zones to what we see in other ordinances regulating cannabis, regulating off-site alcohol licenses as well. And then with respect to the grandfathering issue, that really undermines the sort of fundamental purpose and intention is in that when we're passing this ordinance, it really forces our existing owners to kind of go through the process, demonstrate the responsible kind of ownership and operating so that they can get one of these 49 or possibly more than 49 CUPs, which, as we heard, statistically is unlikely to ever be revoked unless they were engaging in egregious violations, which I understand there are a good number of operators, and that's why we went up to 49 from the original 14 or 21 that was proposed some while back. And so ultimately, I do genuinely appreciate the olive branch extended by my colleagues. But a lot of these concerns we've heard over the last couple of years. We've either addressed it or we're not able to address it for one reason or the other. And so I'm going to stand by the motion that is on the table now. Councilmember Arias made the motion. I seconded it. And if there's further comments, there's further comments. But I would like to call for a vote today, a roll call vote, Council President.
Can we at least get a list of the amendments that were made so we can be clear what we're voting on? And do we have an answer to that question yet?
I don't think the amendments have been accepted by the mover and the seconder.
Okay, let me ask when Council Vice President is done with this conversation. Did you get an answer to what an egregious violation is?
Yes, outlined? I can read the section.
Please.
This is section G8, sub A. The operation of a smoke shop shall not result in repeated nuisance activities on the property, which may include but are not limited to disturbances of the peace, illegal drug activity, public intoxication, drinking in public, smoke and vapor product sales to minors, harassment by passerby, gambling, prostitution, sale of stolen goods, public urination, theft, assaults, batteries, acts of vandalism, loitering, excessive littering, graffiti, illegal parking, excessive loud noises, especially in the late night or early morning hours, traffic violations, curfew violation, lewd conduct, or other violations of city, state, or federal laws, especially when contributing to proportionally high rate of police reports and arrests in the area. Any violations of this section shall be considered an egregious violation.
So just a curiosity, and there's a term I never thought I would say on the dais. urination or harassing the passersby or loitering, how is a business responsible for the behavior of someone else? If we decide not to enforce our ordinance about moving the unhoused out of the way, I mean, why are they responsible for that? That's an egregious violation. I see it's a violation, but that's an easy way to say, if and I've seen government do this, if you don't like someone and you want to target them, that gives you enough of a broad definition where you can really go after them and say, oh, your CUP is revoked.
I
We don't
agree.
actually do
It
that.
doesn't seem fair to put prostitution and loitering.
So, Council
on the same
President,
level.
I'm open to, if you guys want to eliminate some of the descriptions to focus the egregious more clearly. So, would you like us to remove some of those
Well, what was
descriptions?
it based on? Like, what do we do for liquor stores, for example? Is that the same thing?
It was based on liquor stores for CUPs and cannabis operators to make sure that they're not allowing all the illegal activity on the sidewalk or the entrances of the business. So again, this is all based on the framework of businesses that sell the same adult-oriented products and end up creating some kind of, challenge.
Like loitering, for example. A lot of these are located in existing shopping centers. Several of them in my district, there's a Save Mart in the same shopping center, for example. And I think we're holding them to a whole different standard than we would any other business. It doesn't seem very fair.
Council President, sir, and
yes,
the definition given by city attorney is not the definition in this legislation in the text. If you direct your attention to page 3, item 3E, it specifies in this legislation text what egregious violation in this specific context pertains to. It doesn't cover things like loitering specifically. It says egregious violations include problems caused by a smoke shop, such as illegal drug activity, smoke vapor product sales to minors, prostitution, gambling, and other disturbances of the peace, which will subject the smoke shop to a so on and so forth. So it's a little more specific here than loitering. That's page 3, item 3, echo.
I do think the council president makes a point, and I think the threshold ought to be what's really within their control versus what's not. And I think the list that Councilmember Richardson read off, I think those are all activities which would be in their control.
Correct. And that's why it's very narrow.
Okay. So, Mike, if you want to go ahead, my question I was going to ask before we vote is, can we get a list of the amendments that the motion maker and the person who made a second accepted?
There was a few sets. The first set was when the motion maker, Council Vice President, made the motion. He had 3 different amendments. Okay. Those were the only ones actually accepted into the motion.
Okay.
And then there was the set of amendments by Councilmember Maxwell that were not accepted, set of amendments by Councilmember Richardson that were not accepted.
So if I may, Council President, see if we can try and clarify this. As the maker of a motion, I'll ask the second of the motion to be open to the following amendments. The motion is to approve with the 3 amendments read on the record, and to include the amendment by Member Richardson that a formal education program will be included prior to enforcement, as well as the amendment by Maxwell to include the sale of the CBD product, in general terms known as CBD, but the technical term of cannabinoids as an allowed product of sale in a formal smoke shop operation. So that's my amended motion to allow those 2 amendments to be included.
I would accept those amendments. In addition to the original 3 that you made.
If I may too, I'm also open to an amendment that would allow the grandfathering in of smoke shop businesses, existing businesses that are not in the category of egregious violations as defined by the ordinance.
So I think that if I had some time to look over the definition, because I'm getting confused as to what the definition of egregious is and how many stores or shops would fall into that category, there might be some flexibility there. I just don't have that information now, and I couldn't make an informed decision right here.
Yeah, I'd like to see, I'm not amenable to that amendment because I also would like to see whether, number one, they've all been inspected, all 82, what the violations are and how many would ultimately be taken off the table, off the back because of those egregious violations.
And I would agree with Member now Esparza that, and Maxwell, I don't want to be responsible for allowing somebody who's been engaging in prostitution to be grandfathered in, or somebody of that nature. So I would ask Council President, consider you give us a lunch break, and maybe we can, get some of these questions answered in the meantime, and then come back.
I'll be honest, I think we need a lot more than a lunch break for these questions. I don't see I really want to get to yes. I don't see it today. There are fundamental issues I still have. I think, I know what you're trying to do. I think it's a good thing, but the way we're going about it, there's just too much collateral damage.
Can I ask a question to Council Member Perea? Would you be open to a revised version of this that includes some of the amendments Councilmember Arias made today? Basically says there's going to be fines for prohibited items. If somebody is engaging in illegal activity, they can't get a future license. Code can seize and destroy illegally seized products. They could seize and destroy illegally obtained products. And combining that with a similar approach where, let's say you have 10 smoke shops in your district today. Over the course of the next 2 years, 5 of them shut down, giving you as the council member for that district the flexibility to allow more smoke shops at that time, but not an artificial severing of businesses, but after a natural attrition of these businesses closing shop. So if next year, this time, your district has 5 shops instead of 10, you would then have the flexibility to say, I'm not going to allow any more in my district at this time. I feel like it's similar to what you put in the language where council members could go above 7, but this is more in line with a natural attrition as opposed to shutting down smoke shops based off of a lottery system.
I'm open to that, council member, but out of respect to my co-sponsors, I do want the opportunity just to talk with them and make sure that the 3 of us are on the same page with those changes. Yeah. I would like to keep the opportunity, if the North Fresno council members do want more smoke shops in their districts, to have that ability. That was something that council member Richardson did bring up. And so if that is something that they want to do, if they want to expand from 7 to 20 smoke shops, and I don't want to take that away from the council
member,
members.
let's not make this a north and south issue. I think you know that we're not asking for more of that. I'm just asking.
Going based off of your previous comments.
Not my comments.
Council member Richardson's.
Do you want a 5-minute break, maybe to discuss amongst your co-sponsors, maybe? Would that help?
I'm not hungry anymore. I'm hungry for change. That's what I want.
The longer we wait, the less generous I become.
That's my, yeah.
Let me pose I love this democracy in action. If anybody ever suggests that, there's a Brown Act violation in this body, this is more proof that we don't talk in advance. As a majority, we have a public debate in the public forum. So I love it. But to be more direct, Member Maxwell, if we were to be open to an amendment of your suggestion, are you ready to support this today and move forward with it? Okay.
Which amendment is that?
If I may, let me ask you this, Member Maxwell. Would it be of benefit to take a 5-minute break and get with legal counsel so we can draft the amendment correctly so we understand it and we have the lawyers look at it correctly?
Sure, and I'd like to look at it obviously too and weigh in on it.
I'm open to considering that amendment and discussing with my colleagues once you have a couple minutes to sit down with legal counsel and draft it so we and the public can understand it.
Okay, let's do this. Let's take a 10-minute break. That way the sponsors can have 5 minutes to talk to legal counsel, and then other council members can review the amendment. So we'll come back at 1:38. over. Council Vice President, you have the floor. Oh, sorry.
I'm going to default to my council colleague Esparza.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Again, very much appreciate the amendments offered. We did incorporate a couple of them. We really could not reconcile some of the more fundamental amendments, more structural change amendments that were offered, unfortunately. And so the motion as we made with the education, the CBD, the 3 points original points that were made is going to stand from our standpoint. Again, I want to reiterate that right now the city simply lacks a formal mechanism to permanently shut down bad operators. That really is the fundamental issue, as is the saturation in our district. I know the council president did not want to make it a north-south issue. I don't want to make that either, but just the amendments offered don't ultimately address the fundamental issue of saturation in Central Fresno and South Fresno. So I will going to keep it short and call for the question.
Thank you, Councilmember. I just have one more Councilmember Maxwell punched up.
Yeah, I appreciate the predicament you're in. I have a feeling I know where this vote is going to land. I would hate to see it in there because I think there are some good proposals. I think it's unfortunate you're not really open to changes from the colleagues to get this thing passed. But if that's a discussion for another council meeting, I'm open to it. So.
Well, we're open. You know, we'll see what happens today. You know, and we can go from there.
Yeah.
Ultimately, your proposal to sort of gamble on the market forces and rely on the market forces to decrease saturation is a little too risky, kind of from our standpoint. And so, would like to see the policy passed as is. So appreciate your again amendments offered, but ultimately they don't provide any guarantees of tackling the actual issue. They may not.
Well, this was robust democracy. I want to thank my colleagues and the sponsors for all their hard work. The question has been called, so is there any opposition?
I ask for a roll call vote, Councilmember.
Okay, roll call vote.
All right. Councilmember Perea.
The motion is to approve.
The motion is to approve the item with the three amendments, with 5 amendments, one from Member Richardson and one from Member Maxwell.
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Nay.
Councilmember Richardson.
No from D6.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Vice President Arias.
Aye.
Council President Carbasi.
No.
Motion fails 3-3.
Again, I want to thank my colleagues and staff for working through. Colleagues, do you want to take an hour or do you want to do the standard 90 minutes for lunch? Okay, why don't we come back then at 3 o'clock? Thank you very much. move on to our next item, the 9:20 a.m. hearing. This is regarding a parcel number 506-130-04S, the southwest corner of West Sierra and North Polk Avenue in District 2. Staff, please continue with the presentation.
Thank you, Council President. Good afternoon, Adrian Gonzalez, Supervising Engineering Technician with the Public Works Department. This is the required public hearing to annex Assessor's Parcel Number 506-13004S into Community Facilities District Number 9. This is a multifamily development on the southwest corner of Sierra and Polk. The public improvements related to this project include sidewalk, curb and gutter, and street lights. The cost of services to maintain these facilities is going to total $1,343 per year with the typical 2% yearly escalator. We have received the ballots in favor of the annexation. The owner is not present, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is public comment. Are any members of the public wishing to comment on the 9:20 a.m. hearing? There being none, we're going to close the hearing and we're going to go to the council. Any questions by council members on this item? Motion to approve? Second. Second by Councilmember Esparza. Any opposition? There being none, it passes 4-0. We're going to move on to the next hearing, which is the 10:05 a.m. item to consider the vacation of a portion of the public street easement on the north side of West Nice and West Audubon Drive in District 2. Is there a staff presentation on this?
I think there might be. I don't know if they're back from the lunch break yet.
Okay. Well, we said 3.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, Public Works is doing that. That's right. Okay. Do you know if Public Works is doing a presentation on this item?
I was not listening.
No problem. I apologize, City Manager. The 10:05 a.m. item.
Okay, hold on.
Will there be a presentation for that? It's just a resolution, so maybe not.
I'll do it. Hold on. 10:05. Let me get there. Okay. So you previously did a notice to vacate and to set a hearing. And Councilmember, this is the multifamily project that is going on in your district at the corner of, here comes Scott Mosier, the corner of Nice and Audubon. And this is a public street easement that is no longer needed by the city. And so we are proposing to vacate it, and it would return to the developer, correct, Scott? Please.
Good afternoon, Council. My apologies. Scott Mosier, Public Works. This is just vacation of an easement. The property owner already owns the fee title, and this has been thoroughly reviewed by all city departments and deemed unnecessary for any public purpose.
Great. Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? This is the 10:05 a.m. Hearing. Going once, going twice. Okay, no one's coming up and no one submitted a card. So we're going to close that portion of the meeting and we're going to go back to council members. Any council members wishing to comment on this item? There being none, I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Richardson. Any opposition? Motion passes 4-0. Now we have a couple
Councilmember, in addition to my Poundmaster title, apparently I now get Jason Kamet's title, which is PLS Chief Surveyor, since I did the staff presentations. I'll just kind of add that to my resume.
We got to expand the letters next to your name. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we're moving on to the 10:10 a.m. item. This is an appearance by John Leal regarding the Peach Avenue Park. Please come on up. He's not here? Okay. Next, we're going to have Mr. Navarro, but before you, not here, okay. Well, I know Mr. Braza is here. Before we do that, if you would just hold on one moment, I want to let the public know we did receive several letters about this item after our deadline. Those letters will be submitted to the council under a addendum.
They will be tray memos to the
Tray memos, thank you. There is one letter we received that I want to very briefly read into the record, and this comes from former council member Luis Chavez, who is now a supervisor. I am taking the liberty of reading this letter because he was elected 3 times to represent the district and now elected for the larger district of the county. Out of respect for him, I'd like to hear what he has to say. So this is, Dear Mayor Dyer and honorable city council members, I write today in strong support of naming Peach Park, a name the community itself chose through the public voting process. This decision is about more than just a name. It represents the voices of Southeast Fresno residents who've long advocated for more green spaces and recreational opportunities in their neighborhood. As you know, this 49-acre regional park is the first of its kind in Southeast Fresno, a true milestone that ensures families no longer must travel across town for high-quality recreational amenities. This investment directly responds to years of community feedback and will serve as a gathering place for generations to come. During my time on the City Council, I worked to secure $8.5 million to launch this project, knowing how vital it would be for our community. Now, as a county supervisor, I remain committed to its continued success. Approving the name Peach Park not only reflects the will of the residents, but also solidifies this investment as a symbol of progress, accessibility, and community pride. I respectfully urge the council to adopt Peach Park as its official name. Are we good? Yeah. Okay, well, let me finish what I'm saying, but please do maintain decorum. I respectfully urge the council to adopt Peach Park as its official name and recognize the importance of honoring the public's choice. Thank you for your time and leadership. Sincerely, Luis Chavez, Supervisor, District 3. So that is now on the record, and we're going to move on now to the 1013 by Jose Luis Barraza. Please do come up, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Well, good afternoon, President Garza and members of the City Council. My name is Jose Luis Barraza. I reside at 4243 East Thomas, Fresno, California. Our request to be placed on this agenda in regards to the naming of Southeast Fresno Park, or Southeast Regional Park, and the soccer complex, or quote-unquote Peach Park Avenue. I represent myself as a board member of SEPSIDA and as a lifetime resident of Southeast Fresno. First and foremost, I would like to point out that SEPSIDA sent to each city council member several letters in regards to CEDA's opposition to the city's internal decision to limit the naming of this park to produce fruit or natural minerals. Furthermore, we expressed our concerns from the very start to Mr. Aguirre, who is the Director of Parks and Recreation, our interest in participating in the naming of the park, and were completely ignored, even though SEPSIDA is a primary stakeholder in this park. For more than 10 years, SEPSIDA has been advocating for the 49 acres to be developed into a regional park, soccer complex. Families from our community, youth, grandparents, soccer moms and soccer pops came out with shovels, rakes, and hoes and toiled the grounds, raked weeds, planted trees, and set up irrigation systems. In total, we planted over 180 trees on this land and other parks in the community of Southeast Fresno. They did this freely in the hopes that someday this land on Peach Avenue would become a regional park and soccer complex. There is no denying this is a people's park, and primary stakeholders of this initiative should have been engaged in naming the park. But we were not given that opportunity. And the city's internal decision to limit the naming of this park to produce a fruit or a natural mineral doesn't live up to what the park means to this community. The community has input in regards to the name of this park sets a concerning precedence that does not align and share values of justice, of equality, and community empowerment that Fresno aspires under the vision of One Fresno. The resolution provided by the mayor's office indicates 60 people voted on this land to name it Peach Park, which doesn't reflect a sizable number of people in making the final determination given the size of the population of Southeast Fresno.
I apologize, your time has expired, but I appreciate you for coming up and speaking today. Yeah, I understand. Thank you for being patient and waiting all this time. I apologize for that. Usually it doesn't happen that way. I believe that's all we have before we move on to the contested consent calendar. I just want to clarify, as city manager, there was something that was said. I believe that when the vote totals were counted, Peach Park alone had over 237 affirmative votes, far exceeding the Grove, which was in second place.
Correct. 237
Almost triple.
votes for Peach Park, 82 for the Grove, 45 for Heritage Harvard, 42 for Peach and Vine.
Got it. Okay.
Council President, can we ask questions about this item at this moment?
How much in detail can we go in when the item's been? That's a good question, Council Member.
It's not an action item, so
Can I just make a request as city manager? I don't recall this body taking action to limit what names we would consider. Can you give us a memo on who made that decision and when it was made?
Certainly, but I'll just tell you very quickly, we just followed the resolution that the administration was recommending a name of the park. You are correct. You were not named. We went with the theme of the historical use of the land. So I'll just make it very simple. You guys were not involved in the list of the names that were put up for the vote.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Okay, moving on to contested consent. First, we have item 2P as in Peter that was pulled by Councilmember Richardson. You have the floor, sir.
No, that was pulled in error. I have no comments. It was discussed offline.
Okay. Motion, want a motion to approve?
Motion, yes.
There's a motion to approve, seconded by Councilmember Maxwell. Are there any discussion by any council members on that item? Any opposition? Passes 5-0. Okay, next item is item 2V as in victory, and that has been moved to contested consent by Vice President Arias.
City Attorney and Planning Director, if I understand this item correctly, this item specifically relates to some of the litigation that the city went through as it relates to the PEIR. Is that correct?
That's correct, Council Vice President. It relates back to the litigation involving our PEIR. Basically, the fifth DCA basically struck down our process, and part of their order was for the city to go back and retract our previous resolution. And so this resolution is in line with that order and the trial court's order, which it got set back down to. And so this is something that we have to do. This is a court order.
So in layman's terms, that was good, but not quite from my understanding. This action would dissolve the previous CEQA? What exactly would this action do in practical terms?
It would rescind the previous program that we put in place.
Decertify, right?
Yes. Can you try to dumb it down for me just a little bit?
I will attempt to. So this essentially rolls back the prior decision by the City Council. And so we would be going back to what we had prior to the adoption of the PEIR.
And what would that be?
So the language in the general plan in the mobility element would not change. So it would go back to references to LOS rather than VMT. And the city would have an MEIR, a Master Environmental Impact Report. And so we would be responsible for reviewing all applications as they came in and evaluating their impacts either against that or against current information.
So by decertifying the previous environmental study from 2021, I assume, based on the numbering of the resolution, does that then trigger the city to fund a new EIR city manager? And if so, has the money been identified and allocated in the budget for that?
So we're in the process with the city attorney of identifying what our next steps will be and if there would be a cost to the city and what that cost would be. And we will bring that back to the council when that time is appropriate.
And that includes, as part of the mayor's proposed budget, fiscal 26 budget.
So we should anticipate in the proposed budget to see the financial
commitment to whatever environmental studies are required to meet the court order. Is that
Yes,
fair?
that's accurate to say. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
With that, motion to approve.
Thank you, Council Vice President. I will second that motion. And is there any more discussion by council on this item? 2B. There being none, any opposition? Motion passes 5-0. The next item is 2W, which is regarding to La Hacienda Mobile Home Park.
Just for the record, Council President, 4-0 on this one.
Oh, I'm sorry, 4-0. Thank you, we lost a member, thank you. 2W, which is in District 6, but it was moved to contesting consent by Council Vice President.
Motion to approve.
There is a motion to approve. Is there a second before we go to discussion? Second by Council Vice President. Council Vice President, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. Director and City Manager and City Attorney, would this action bring final resolution to the controversy, conflict situation with the Hacienda Mobile Home Park?
Phil Sky, Assistant Director of the Planning and Development Department. Council Vice President, I'm not certain.
Is this a final action that we would have to consider in order to bring closure to the acquisition, sale, or transfer of that mobile home park?
Phil, let me try this, and
Yes.
City Attorney, stop me. I would say subject to court approval.
Subject to court approval?
We hope so.
Okay. So we're in essence confident that this is a final action by this governing body to bring finalization to the situation?
Well, let me just add, we're seeking, among the action items, we're seeking authorization from council to apply for Home Key Plus dollars. We would, if awarded, we would bring those dollars back to this body, asking you to approve acceptance of those dollars. So it's not the last action.
Okay. That's what I was trying to get clear. Thank you. With that, those are all my questions.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Any other council members wishing to comment on this item? There being...
Council
Yes.
President, may I just make one quick comment? I wanted to mention that this body is well familiar with the Home Key, Project Home Key application process. It is a race to the finish line. It is quick, it is hurried. We work really hard, our staff do, our developer partners do. One of the things that we have been discussing, I just want to disclose this for the record, especially to Council Member of Council District 6. In our staff report, we indicate that we are going to be pursuing funding from the state of California for 17 units. I wanted to just say it on the record that we might be pursuing an 18th unit, and that would be for an on-site manager. I just wanted to disclose that because that might be something that we decide to include in our application.
Great. Okay. Any more discussion by council? Okay, thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Richardson, a second by the Vice President. Any opposition? There being none, this passes 4-0. So that is the end of contested consent. Moving on to general admin, what we have left is unscheduled communication. Would any member of the public like to speak on any issue within the jurisdiction of the council? You have 3 minutes. All right, for unscheduled communication, last call. Going once, going twice. Okay. Moving on to closed session. City Attorney, are there any closed session items remaining on the agenda?
Council President, there are two. There are items 5D and 5F, and I'm hoping without objection that we're able to continue these to the next meeting. There are no time sensitivity issues, and our office just needs a little bit more time on those 2 items.
Okay. Any objection? All right, then then this meeting will be adjourned, including
Council
closed.
President, do you need to form a motion to table those items?
No, we're okay, according to the city clerk. But that's a very good question. I think we're okay. Thank you, Council Vice President.
Council President, I forgot something this morning. I just wanted to say welcome back. Terry Cox is back in the building,
that's
everybody.
great.
So she's back here under our city purview. Welcome, Terry. We're great to have you.
We end on a good note. So congratulations, Terry. Welcome back to the City of Fresno family. Okay, so with that, we'll adjourn this meeting at 3:22.